Because if you do, I have some. Okay. I want you to know.
Test, test.
We all have. We're not a huge. I share this year. That's okay with you because we don't drink it. That's what I like to do too. It's not like all that. The water. I'll show your
All right, good evening, everyone. Tonight is the January 27th, 2020 Westminster City Council meeting. I'd ask you all please to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Parker, would you take the roll, please?
Mayor Atchison.
Here.
Councilor DeMott.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Here.
Councilor Seymour.
Here.
Councilor Scully. Here. Councilor Smith.
Here.
Councilor Bowles.
Here. All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to make a couple of modifications to try to accommodate everybody that's been here. So I'm going to explain the movement that we're making of the agenda. We have a number of business items that we need to get through tonight, but in order to make sure that we have proper time to hear all the comments from you here for the public hearing scheduled tonight, we're shifting some of the agenda around so we get our business items done first to leave plenty of time so that the only thing left on the agenda is yours. We will start out as the Westminster City Council. As soon as we get to a certain point, in order to handle the second half of a piece of business as scheduled, we will recess as the City Council, reconvene as the Westminster Economic Development Authority to deal with that one item. We will adjourn that and then come back to City Council. Sounds a little convoluted, but we have a process that we have to follow from a legal standpoint to get some of our business done. So we are going to be here until we're done. During the public hearing depending upon how many I can get through at a time, and I have a lot of sign-ups, we will take a pause for biological needs every once in a while. But we will be here tonight until we've had testimony from everyone who wants to testify. All right? Okay. All right, council. First item on the agenda will be the, find my sheet again. There we go. The minutes of the January 13th, 2020 meeting. Mr. DeMott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the City Council approve the minutes of the January 13th, 2020 meeting as presented.
Okay. Mr. Vols.
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are covered. Next item on the agenda is a presentation of employee service awards. Mr. DeMott, would you start with us for the 20-year service awards, please?
Jeanette Wolf and any of her family members to join me up front. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Thanks for being here. Want to go ahead and introduce your guest for us?
This is my husband, Bill.
Well, welcome. Throw these papers all over the place. Thank you. Let me go ahead and give you this so I can try to hold on to this. And go ahead and read a little bit about your time here. So Jeanette began her employment in January 2000 as a part-time water resource and treatment secretary. In 2005, she became full-time, where she remained until October 2007, when she was promoted to her current position as a water resource technician. In her water resource roles, Jeanette has enjoyed learning about complex Colorado water law. That's truth, isn't it? It's very complex. And gaining an understanding of water rights decrees. She maintains and reports on the city Stanley Lake water rights through extensive daily raw water accounting that has been audited and approved by the state's engineer office and the Colorado Division of Water Resources. Jeanette was part of the Teams in Action CMO Choice Award for drought response in 2003, received the City Spirit Award in June of 2009, was the recipient of the Public Works and Utilities Icon Award in 2018. Jeanette has been married for 40 years and a Westminster resident for the past 38 years. She loves spending time with her family, which includes 2 grown daughters, 2 grandsons. In her free time, Jeanette enjoys taking nature walks and reading and camping with her husband. Very cool. Thank you very much for your service and for being here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Monica Haffener, did I pronounce that correctly? All by your lonesome?
Yeah,
All right.
I know, that's how it goes.
That's for you. So Monica began her employment with the city as a lifeguard in February of 2000, went on to become a lead lifeguard in January 2002. She became a community service officer in January of 2003 and was promoted to police officer in December of 2004, and has been a senior police officer since December of 2007. While she worked as a lifeguard, Monica became a swim instructor for special needs children. During her work in the police department, Monica has been a bicycle officer, detective, crisis intervention team coach, and field training instructor. Monica has received the CIT Rink Blake Award for exceptional communication skill. She has a bachelor's degree from Metropolitan State College and is
currently working towards her master's degree at CSU Global. Monica enjoys spending time with her husband, John, of 6 years, their two sons, Link, 5 years old, and Axon, who is 9 months old, and their two fur babies, Kuno and Coda. In Monica's time off, she enjoys playing with her children, hiking, hunting, ATV riding, swimming, biking, traveling, and leather crafting. Do you ever get to sleep with all that?
Not really, kind of zombie, so.
Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Richard Martin, could you join me up front with any guests you have? I'll do my best. Try that. You want to go ahead and introduce your guest to us?
This is my wife, Sarah.
Hi. Thank you for being here. This is for you. So Richard Martin was hired as a firefighter in 2000. Rich was promoted to engineer in 2004 in his current position of lieutenant in 2013. He is currently assigned as lieutenant on Engine 1 at Fire Station 1, located in the historic district of Westminster. During his career, Rich received the Elks Firefighter of the Year in 2013, along with 3 life-saving awards. He has been a member of the dive team for 8 years and a member of the Westminster Wildland team for the last 11 years. Rich has represented the city of Westminster at numerous national disasters across the country, to include Atlas Wildfire Complex in Napa, California in 2017, and the Hurricane Florence in North Carolina in 2018. Rich continues to provide his emergency operational support functions at the federal, state, and county levels. When off duty, Rich enjoys rebuilding cars, restoring his 1901 Denver home, surfing, traveling, and spending time with his wife, Sarah. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then last for 20 years is Brian Hogan class. Save the longest for last. How you doing? Give that to you. Brian began his career working as a juvenile offenders at residential treatment facility before beginning his work for Westminster in January of 2000 as a domestic violence probation officer. In February 2001, he was promoted to his current position as probation supervisor, where he supervises adult offenders and leads the overall operation of the city probation section in municipal court and general services department. Brian helped create and is an active member of the wellness court team. Last fall, he developed and implemented the responsibility and accountability support program to provide vouchers to assist in removing the financial barrier that prohibits some low-income clients from achieving success while on probation. During his tenure with the city, Brian has supervised over 4,400 individuals on probation. Brian's leadership, teamwork, has been recognized with several Team in Action awards, and he was a Spirit Award recipient in 2011. Brian has also been involved with Employee Recognition Action Team since August of 2003. He never hesitates to get involved when the need arises, including most recently joining the Horizon Team Future Space Planning Subcommittee. You're a member of a lot of really long-named things.
A lot of acronyms.
Yeah. And being part of the Facility Security Task Force Champions Team and Employee Badging and Access Control Subcommittee. Brian graduated from the Metro North Chamber Leadership Program in 2007 and joined the Leadership Advisory Board following graduation, where he currently holds the position of Executive Team Secretary. In 2014, the Chamber recognized him as the Leadership Person of the Year. Brian is also actively involved with the Municipal Association of Probation Officers. Each March, Brian participates in the City St. Baldrick Foundation fundraiser. In his free time, Brian enjoys spending time with his family, skiing, and attending concerts. Thank you very much for your time.
So because I get to give away all the money, and then there's always this negotiation about how much do I get back. And tonight, I got nothing. But I want to also acknowledge that we have people who are scheduled to be here tonight who are not able to because of other conflicts that had presentations coming to them with 30 and 35 years of service. But at this time, I'd like to recognize a longtime associate, Kathy Harder. Hi. Haven't seen you for a while.
I haven't been around too much.
Oh, okay. Would you introduce your guest?
This is my husband, Brian.
Brian, congratulations. So Kathy is receiving an award tonight for 25 years of service. But a little extra comes along with the 25-year, and I have never in the history of the city been able to give out the 50-year award. We've never had anybody want to stick around that long. But for every year of service, there's a $100 bonus, which she will receive. Maybe she can keep it, maybe Brian's going to spend it for her. Kathy began her employment with the city in January of 1995 as a custodian at the Swim and Fitness Center. In March of 1995, she was hired as a recreation clerk, and in May 1997 accepted part-time employment as a clerk receptionist. From September 1998 to present, Kathy has been a part-time messenger providing mail delivery and pickup services to city facilities on a daily basis. Kathy has driven over 327,600 miles in 21 years, which equates to 13 trips around the earth. I am not riding in a car anywhere that long. In the past 21 years, Kathy has gone through 4 city vehicles and has noticed quite an increase in traffic. Kathy also scans and reviews documents for the Human Services, Fire and Public Works, and Utilities, where she has scanned well over 41,242 documents in just 6 years. Kathy is involved throughout the community doing service work. She has volunteered with Operation Christmas Child for 26 years. She loves spending time with her family, her children, her 9 grandchildren.
And one on the way.
And one on the way. Any lady golfers in the group? Anywhere? Anybody play golf?
Anybody?
She's a sandbagger. Do not join her on the Monday Night League unless you carry money in your pocket.
Oh, please do.
At this time, I'd like to present a check on behalf of the city to Kathy and to Brian. Congratulations, and thank you very much for your time. All right. There are 2 items tonight, just to make sure we don't have them messed up. There's the public hearing, which I think a few of you are here for. That will come later on the agenda. Right now, we have what's called public comment. This is a period of time you may bring up anything you wish that is not scheduled for a public hearing later on in the agenda. This item has a 5-minute time limit. It is a one-way conversation. You tell us what your issues are and your comments, we record them, and then staff will then get back to you within the next day or 2 to try to resolve your questions. So at this point, I will open up the mic to anyone, and I will call you up by those who have signed up. Ms. Clavity, have you up first. Now, if I call your name and you're scheduled for you're here for the later on for the public hearing, just let me know and then we'll scratch you off and leave you on the other list.
Hello, my name is Karen Calavity. I actually did sign up on the other thing. I was unaware exactly what was going on. I just happened to be wearing a, a scarf. But I'm really speaking about the Pillar of Fire Planning Commission meeting on January 14th. I was not specifically invited because I think it was with regard to people within 200 feet of the site who were really participants, but I was made aware of that meeting through a friend who had read a Denver Post article. And I was dismayed to see the Planning Commission pretty much okay all the amendments, especially when I heard all the adjoining property owners. There was only one who really agreed with the developers that more dense type of building should be going on in some of those parcels. And all the other adjoining property owners were not for that. And the Planning Commission voted in favor of the developers. And I think it's a sad kind of trend that there were a few people speaking on behalf of the property as an agricultural property, which it's been for a long time, and which is an iconic component of Westminster. I know the church has a right to sell that property, but we also have within the comprehensive plan some special areas where the resources like water and sewer are really more dedicated than to put it into the Pillar of Fire site. And they were talking about 1 acre being devoted to open space in that whole thing. I mean, it was really very sad to hear. And the idea is that they think that people here in Westminster want to have a Washington Park situation. And people here in Westminster like what Westminster has to offer, which is a lot of open space and a more rural type of field and a densely populated or designed space. So I just wanted to give my 2 cents worth to you guys about my reaction to that January 14th meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Baker.
I have some copies for the council. Okay, my name is Bruce Baker. I live at 14761 Calumet Court, Westminster, Colorado. I have spoken to you several times before, and as you know, I was a member of this council at one time. I'm coming here to remind you once again, because on the 25th of November, I asked 5 questions of this council, did not get a response from this council. So on the 13th of January, I asked again. So I'm asking for a 3rd time. Would this council please answer those questions for me? If you want to stand by what the Max Kirschbaum sent me, that's fine. If you don't want to answer me at all, that's fine too. But just tell me one way or the other. I don't think that's too much of a request. Tonight I'm in regards to Councilor's Bill number 2. Councilor Bill number 2 is absolutely horrible. You want to sell acres of the most valuable property in this city for $5 a square foot. I went on showcase.com, not what you'd call really professional real estate research, but on showcase.com, it had similar properties. The one was selling for $25 a square foot, and the other was selling for $17 a square foot. When this council sold land to the Alamo, they sold it at over $20 a square foot. But that's not enough. You're then going to give this developer $1.7 million in addition? Waiver of fees? So in other words, if you calculate it out, we're basically giving this developer $5 a square foot to build condos and townhomes at the most valuable downtown. Why would you do such a thing? It's insane. It's worse than insane. It's almost corrupt. when one can understand bribery because the person who does the dirty thing is getting money for it? What is the city getting for it? We don't want more apartments. We don't want more condos. We like a rural city. My questions to council tonight would be, has council been provided a list of comparable properties that you came to this $5 a square foot price and the $1.7 million subsidy? Do you have a whole list where Aurora's doing this, and Littleton, and Englewood, and Wheatridge, and Arvada, and Lakewood? There were, according to the data in the published thing, there was an RFI sent out in February of 2019. Okay, only 2 people responded. So did you really try to sell this RFI? Did you really try to tell to all the people you sent it out to, and I hope you sent it out to a whole bunch of people, how valuable and wonderful it is to be part of that? Do you have that list? It'd be really interesting to see that list. And if we have to sell it for this low price, I think it should be an open public bidding process. Because the people that I've talked to said, what? How can I get in on that? Isn't that why we're supposed to have open public biddings when it comes to money? So it takes away from the taint of corruption. And then also in the packet, you said that this developer, this DWR that you got into it, he understands he's going to take a $1.1 million loss building these properties? What? He'd sign on to lose money to build properties? According to our website, well, the disposable income of Westminster is $65,000. And according to our website, the median sales price for a townhome and condo is $240,000. So what market is this council aiming for when it builds $400,000 condos and townhouses? Certainly not for the typical person of Westminster. Or is that the plan? That we're going to subsidize properties for wealthy people? Is that the plan? I implore council not to do this, to reject this, to start again. You don't want the taint of corruption placed on this city. And then my final question is, so what happened to Grid Solera? Weren't they supposed to build an office building? When is this council going to build tax-paying properties instead of residences of the new downtown? Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. As you guys know, I'm Kevin Work. I'm here on behalf of Friends of Stanley Lake, just giving our bi-weekly update and concerns and questions that the boating community has. And one question that has been brought up that people are really having troubles with is in a city email back in December to council from city staff. This is a response email. The question was, if the city is really concerned about boating and water quality, why are they not restricting everything? It's pretty well known that contaminants can ride in on things as simple as life vests. And the city response was, allowable watercraft can visually be inspected 100% of the time and decontaminated 100% of the time, as the city's words. That was on 9 News by our own water department. And some of the rebuttals to that was, just last year alone, there was 146 trespassing violations. We haven't gone through them completely yet. There's a lot of paperwork. And that's just from people failure to spray, people bringing in paddle boards from other sides of the lake, people just coming into the lake. So that's clearly not 100% of the time, like the city says. Boats can't sneak in was kind of the other thing they were saying. You know, every boat is accounted for. And so we would just like to formally ask if the council and maybe the city manager, whoever would make the decision, if we could get the subcommittee, the tagging committee, to start meeting again. We have improved solutions that I think would not be a waste of the city's time. It would be helpful to everybody, and it's what the boating community wants. And we really want to go over in detail what the concerns that the city has about the one boat, one lake, with all boats being held on Stanley Lake property, and trying to bat down some of those concerns and seeing what the walls there and the hurdles that we can help the city overcome. And there's a solution. There's a solution to protect and preserve the water with trailer boating. So we are just asking that, formally asking questions of the city to get back to us, because we don't really ever get back to you guys. Herb just said you guys do your best to get back. Come here a few times. I don't really ever hear back from you guys to just answer those questions on, can we get the subcommittee back? And can we start meeting again on the lake? Thank you.
Mr. Terry.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I'm Brett Terry, also here on behalf of Friends of Stanley Lake. We, in December, when the decision was made by the city manager to go ahead and do public press releases, let Channel 9 News in that we're closing the lake down, there were glimmers of hope in all those communications that potentially we could start working again on a solution. We'd really like to see that happening. As Kevin was saying, the tagging subcommittee doesn't cost very much. We can do it. The city chose the no-key lock. There was a really fancy GPS-driven no-key lock that was 100% driven by the rangers and water quality. We were supposed to get a software update for that lock, which was the only reason that we couldn't start functioning this year in 2020, was that lock needed a software update. That software update should have been here on the 20th of January. I suspect no one's even called them. We weren't managing that vendor relationship. If you like Friends of Stanley Lake to, we'd be happy to. But the city took over all the vendor communications and then just squished them. Let them fester, let them die, people will go away. This lake, it's a travesty that lake is closed. We can do better than this. I hope that our Parks and Recreation Director that you got in charge of keeping the parks and the recreation open so people can walk on them is doing a better job than he did keeping us on the lake. Because that guy never fought one instance for keeping boating on the lake. He was 100% in the command of water quality. So we need to get back after this. If we're going to get back after it, let's get after it soon. We really started the no-key lock solution, could be in place in our hands even before May. But I don't know that we're going to know. The Friends of Stanley Lake would love to help. All you got to do is reach out. The people who are part of that tagging subcommittee know how to get a hold of us. We would donate our time to get us back in the game. And, again, I used a couple of analogies before the Christmas break there. The Boston Marathon had a horrible tragedy, and they had the marathon the next year. We had a horrible tragedy at the lake that some people were cheating, and that was caught, and it was exposed. You know what? Fix it, and have the Boston Marathon next year. It's so sad that we've decided that the best answer is just not to do it. We should start building high chain link fence around every walking park in the district. No one should be walking on the public city grounds. That's crazy. They could have mud on their feet that came from somewhere else, had snails or whatever. That isn't how we'd approach that solution. Shouldn't be how we approach the lake. I'd really, really appreciate it if we could get a little bit of pressure from the council on the city manager such that we can open those communications back up. Thank you much.
Josh Powell.
Good evening. I work for a local company called CCSI, and we do underground utility construction. I did speak at a previous meeting, but I forget when that was, November maybe. And I am here, I guess, trying to provide a little more information on some of the things that did take place, and I guess some of the things that we feel maybe the city of Westminster might be able to change for other contractors in the area. I'd like to provide a little bit of background, I guess, with some of the issues that we had, and most of it had to do with water quality testing. Excuse me. We began working on a water line at the public storage facility at Marshall Court and 92nd, or 91st, excuse me, roughly in August. Upon finishing that work, it's required that you do bacteria testing for the water lines. Both the EPA and CDPHE specify bacteria testing shall be conducted to test for the presence of coliform or E. coli. It's been extremely difficult for our company to pass the city's testing, bacterial testing. The first attempt we had was on August 14th on 150 feet that we had installed of 12-inch water line, which failed. But during this process, we have also conducted water samples on our own and had independent laboratories testing the same water that the city is testing, and the independent laboratories test passed. This was a typical pattern that we experienced out there. After that 150 feet, we continued to work, installed roughly another 1,200 feet of water line. During this process, we used 3 separate testing methods with the independent laboratories. There's a 9223 presence-absence test. It's usually the easiest test to perform and what most water quality testing, the procedure that is used. There's a 9222 membrane filtration test and a 9221, which is a multi-test tube method. And we used all 3 of these testing methods during our testing. The City of Westminster is certified with CDPHE to conduct the 9223 presence-absence test. It is the most widely used testing method for water quality. With the independent laboratories, there were 2 failures that we had. One was on the south end of Marshall, right after we had completed it on September 17th. There was a presence of coliform in the test that the city ran and as well as the one we had run. This was largely due to a water main break at the time that we were installing the water line at that location, and some of the water and dirt had gotten into our line. At the request of the city, we removed a few sections of the water line and then continued our work and completed that portion of the project. We rechlorinated it and retested it on our own on the 23rd of September, and the coliform was absent. We had removed it from the water line. We later retested with the city, but that again failed. There was another recorded failure on a middle fire hydrant that we had installed, and at the city's request, we removed this fire hydrant. The city laboratory uses a portion of the 922 membrane filtration test. They do not complete the testing method outlined by the EPA and are not certified with the CDPHE to even conduct a 922 testing method. I guess I'm going to skip. During the testing process, we had conducted 13 tests with the city, and they record the amount of hours that we flush water through these water lines. It added up to a total of 81 hours. The water flows at a rate of 1,500 gallons per hour, totaling 121,500 gallons of water flushed through the water line. The section that we installed should have only required 22,270 gallons of water to be flushed through them. The amount of unnecessary flushing totaled 99,230 gallons of water wasted. Considering that we live in a high arid climate, we feel that this is a horrible waste of water within the city. I think it's something that you guys should look at. Talking with some of the city employees, there was a project that they had worked on. They ran into some similar issues, and they actually did some similar testing methods or disinfection methods that we had performed. They ended up removing the water line out of the ground.
Well, that's the end of your time, sir.
Okay.
But I thank you for coming. And we do have your contact information here on the sheet.
All right, thank
Mr.
you.
Kovarvas, I have 2 of you signed up, one Phil and one Manuel. Are you here for this public comment or are you here for the public hearing? Okay. Come on down, gentlemen. Whichever one of you like to come first.
My name is Manuel Covarrubias. I live here in Westminster. Josh just spoke on my behalf, and after being in construction since 1957, I never have experienced something like I have here in Westminster trying to test a water line. It was 1,200 feet of 12-inch. Anyway, it took 20 times. They finally approved it on December the 27th in the middle of winter, trying to work out there and trying to get material to finish up the project. I started testing September the 27th, 90 days, $350,000 to test this line. I know most of you folks really don't care about what it takes to do something like this, but I'm real concerned about what the city is doing, and I don't know how many of you folks are really trying to do something about this. The certification that the health department and the EPA folks certified the city, I don't think the laboratory is following this alone. My health and the issues that I've gone through and the troubles that I've had is unbelievable. I think the city really needs to look into this. I do have a couple of other issues. I'm not going to mention them at this time, but I am going to pursue this until it's corrected. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Phil Covarrubias Jr. Thank you for having us here tonight. One of the reasons why I chose to come up and speak is because I've worked for the family business forever. I own my own small excavation company. I sat on the planning commission for the city of Brighton, so I understand what it looks like with the developers and all that. I also served as a state legislator for House District 56. So when I'm hearing all these issues that we're having with our small business owners and our constituents, and as I'm listening and looking around the room, there's a lot of passionate people here tonight that have some real issues that I think honestly need to be addressed. I speak in front of city council. I've spoken in committee hearings for many, many times. And I think what happens is that when the people feel like they're not being listened to, that's when we have a really big problem with the communication. But if these people are getting back to and somebody's actually answering their questions and seeing what's going on in their lives we've been here in Colorado for 100 years, small business owners giving back to the community. One of the things that really upsets me a bit is I'm a huge proprietor of career and technical education. I really want our young people to be able to have a job and to learn a trade and figure out what that looks like without $200,000 in student debt. What's a good way to do that? Through apprenticeship programs. Well, when you're burying and bankrupting companies because you have a city that's saying, hey, you can't pass this test, although everybody else is passing it, so now we got $350,000 of your hard-earned dollars, and you don't make that company whole again, or you're not working with these companies that are local, that are employing people right here, that live right here, that's a big problem. If we're trying to get young people to work and get them to learn how to do these jobs, these small business owners and small companies are the ones who are providing many of those opportunities for these people. And so it breaks my heart that I go sit in front of Adams County or here or downtown Denver in committees, and what ends up happening is people listen, but then as soon as everybody leaves the room, it seems like the commissioners or the councilmen, they just go back and they just toe the line. Nobody seems to have enough guts to stand up for what's right instead of what's the difference with a party line here. And we need to stand up for what's right for these people, because I'm looking around the room, and if you don't listen to these people that are here, there's going to be a lot of consequences come the next election. On the other end of it, as council members and as people that represent everybody else, I think we have a fine opportunity here to do what's right for small business, for big business, and I feel sorry for the people. So first of all, they don't want you building condos, okay? I heard that. But God bless the people that decide to come into your city and actually do any construction, so you can bankrupt their companies with this kind of fraudulent testing and that sort of a thing. Then what happens is So they keep you on the job site for 3 months longer than you should have been. So then the city comes back and taxes your equipment to the tune of $15,000 because your equipment's been sitting on the site in our town for 3 months. We wouldn't have been sitting there for 3 months had we been able to pass the test and follow the protocol that was allotted to us. So there's double and triple taxation here on our small businesses that are struggling to survive but have been able to maintain for 40 years. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you for letting me share.
Is there anyone else who has any comments that they'd like to bring forward at this time? That is not part of the scheduled public hearing. All right, I don't see anyone coming in from outside, so I presume we are done. Next item on the agenda would be a report of city officials. Mr. Tripp. All right. From City Council, any comments from the council members tonight? Mr. DeMott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody who showed up tonight. I actually just wanted to take a brief moment and recognize the fact that today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and that's a remembrance of the 6 million Jews who perished and lots of other people during World War II under the regime of the Nazis. So if you would join me for just a brief moment in silence. Thank you very much. And for those of you who brought issues forward tonight, I'm sure that we'll try to see how we can address those and see if we can't get answers back to you.
Any other comments from council? Hearing none, let's move on to the consent agenda. This is a group of routine matters to be acted on by a single motion and vote. The council has reviewed. Let me get through this one. I'll come back to you then. Okay. The item on the consent agenda is set by the single motion and a vote. I have referred this to the council at the pre-meeting. No one has asked for any item to be removed. At this point, I will take a motion for the consent agenda. Ms. Gully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the City Council adopt the consent agenda, item 8A through 8D.
Mr. Voles.
I second the motion.
Any other comments from council? If not, please vote with your lights. And the motion carries on a 7-0 vote. All right, I'll go back to the community public comment piece as we missed someone over there. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate that. There was a big wreck on 36, and so I wasn't able to get on the first 2 pages of public comment, and there's a page 3 back there, and so I signed up first on there. So, good evening again, City Council, a couple new members. I think some of you have heard me speak before. It's been a while since I've been here. You've heard me talk about the Timmy Henley case. I hear a lot of talk tonight about corruption and people really pretty ticked off at Westminster. So let's just keep it going with the police department tonight. So, talking about your allegiance to the city versus your allegiance to those that elected you, I think you really need to think long and hard about that. Because so far, I'm sure I'm not the only one that's seen your allegiance to protect the city. Stop it. The people elected you to represent them. Please start doing it. I came to a meeting on January 6th. It was a presentation on body cams. It was horrible. Absolutely horrible. Chief Carlson has zero intention of increasing transparency in that police department. You can talk about water, you can talk about muscles, you can talk about building, you can talk about parks till you're blue in the face. It doesn't change the fact that you have a problem in that police department. Aside from the individuals responsible for their own actions, like specifically Louis Engelberg and Chris Hempelman for murdering Timmy Henley? Can you consider climate and culture and what's going on and where it's coming from? You've got a chief in that department that has been here since 1980 something. I think I was in junior high school when this man started his career in law enforcement, and he's now a chief of police protecting his friends and killers. You all didn't know that on January 6th that lawsuit got filed right before your meeting, right? The 1983 civil rights claim for excessive force on Timmy Henley? Yeah, he's dead. So on tonight's consent agenda, I want to talk about what's on there, because I want to know which one of you are going to be brave enough to pull that item off. And you know what item I'm talking about, right? Because you all did your homework before you came to your city council meeting, right? The quarterly insurance claims report, October through December. We all know what that is, you and I, maybe not everybody here, because a lot of people don't know how to do that kind of research. But it has to do with your liability insurance. CIRSA and the woman that makes these reports, what's her name? Marty Erickson. She's the chairperson of the CIRSA board. I mean, how coincidental is that? That she makes the reports for the city while she's the chairperson for CIRSA, the insurance company that pays out your claims for police liability problems. Who's leading the way in this quarterly report for liability claims? The police department. 6 claims, 22 year to date for 2019. Did any of you know that? Did you know your CIRSA premiums have gone through the ceiling? Did you read the report about it being because of hail, in the swimming pools? And then that one little sentence about police liability claims? That's why your CIRSA premiums are up. And what's even more detailed about this report are the actual claims. Did anybody pull those up? Let's read those. I've only got 45 seconds. Well, I'm going to have to come back because I got 3 pages here. Remember that guy that got his jaw busted open? Where's Scott Hawley? He needs an award. He reported the cop that busted his jaw open. Remember, you guys are getting sued for that too? Scott Hawley, thank you for doing the right thing wherever you are. You should give him an award, right? Employee awards. Yeah, he turned that cop in for busting that guy's face open. I'm going to keep coming back. I was a little unorganized tonight after having to sit on 36 for 30 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Back to you, Herb.
All right, the next item on the agenda is item 9. This is resolution number 3, appointing members and alternates to boards and commissions. Ms. Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 3, promoting current alternate members to full membership and appointing new alternate members to the Human Services Board and the Special Permit and License Board, respectively.
Mr. Vold.
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion by council? Seeing none, this is a roll call vote. Ms. Parker.
Atchison.
Yes.
Demott.
Yes.
Sights.
Yes.
Seymour.
Yes.
Scully.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Vols.
Yes.
And the motion carries on a 7-0 vote. All right, again, as we explained at the beginning, we're going to shift a little bit to make sure we have time to get all of our business stuff out of the way. At this point, if there's any, any objection from council to modifying the agenda, please let me know at this time. All right, seeing none, we will move on to item B. This is a Councilor's Bill number 2. Ms. Sights.
Thank you. I move to pass Councilors Bill number 2 on first reading, authorizing the city manager to execute a development agreement with Downtown Westminster Residences LLC in substantially the same form as presented for the development of at least 40 condominiums on a portion of Lot 2, Block A1, 34 townhomes on a portion of Block A4, 34 townhomes on Block A7, a future option to construct additional condominiums on a portion of Lot 2, Block A1, and a future option to construct townhomes on up to a 1 acre Block C6.
Ms. Scully?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion by any member of council? Ms. Scully? All right, Mr. Demott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a brief moment and say, although I am appreciative that we are having condos and townhomes going to the new downtown, I will not be voting yes on this. I do not think it is in the best public interest to, A, sell the property for what we're selling it for, B, to give the economic development package that this is going to entail, so I will be voting no.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of my first homes that I bought was a townhome, and I know that we need them in our city as mixed housing that we've been saying that we've needed in Westminster. So I am appreciative of townhomes and condos, which is different than the apartments that we've been building. But when this information was presented to me a couple weeks ago, I couldn't get there, and I still can't get there tonight. I don't agree with what we're selling our development for and the package that we're giving. I know that there is a pros and cons into what we're doing with our downtown. Like I said, I don't disagree with the choice that we're building, but I just can't get there tonight with this. So my vote will be no.
Mr. Seymour?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to talk about having tried to get here, and I want to thank Economic Development for trying to put together a package to bring own units to the downtown, because the business community there cannot thrive without people there to buy their products. And I think that's you have to have that correct combination. But I'm unable to get there myself too, because the way the funding's working, I would be one of those people who would like to buy that land myself. So tonight I'm going to be voting against this.
Ms. Sykes?
Thank you. I want to express a different perspective and explain why I am going to be voting in support of this package. We heard former council member Baker explain his concern, and I do think that there is a huge duty of care anytime we use taxpayers' funds to try to incent a development. But I do want to be clear that this package that we're offering the developers, we would only receive those fees if but for this development. So we are not taking money out of the general fund. This is actually waiving fees that we would only receive because of this development. Again, it is not a full portion of those fees. He also mentions that condos, well, we could just sell this on the market. I think that we all know that condos in the metro area have not been built. We have had a real dearth of condo construction. We've seen apartments, but because of some legislation that adds liability to the developers, we have not seen for sale condos in the Westminster market in, Mr. Mayor, would you say a decade or more? That's a real pathway to home ownership for many people. I know when I started out, my husband and I purchased a condo, then we purchased a single-family home, and that is a rung in the ladder of building equity and wealth that's missing right now. I also really believe that our citizens have done a lot to support the vision of the downtown, and for sale occupancy is an important element that we need to obtain in order to have the vibrancy of the retail component and the office component. I don't know if I could go on, but I do feel that this is an investment so that we can see the sales tax revenue that we receive from this meet what we need to help this be a success. I think there's a housing shortage. This is helping meet that need. And I think it's consistent with the vision that we've consistently asked our residents if they support, and they have told us, I believe the last polling was at 90%, 92% supportive of this vision. So thank you.
Mr. Voles?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to say I will be supporting this package. I think it's important that we have owner-occupied residences, and we desperately need that. As we don't have that in our community, prices continue to go up. So I think this is a very important project for our new downtown, and I believe that the townhomes and the condos there meet a very desperate need in our city, so I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Other comments from anyone else? Mr. DeMott, I'll come back to you in just a second. I think one of the comments that I'd like to address is that what is the issue that we're trying to deal with? We don't have townhome or condominium projects, not only in Westminster, but in most of the north end of the metro area. The biggest part of it has been the price range. If you want to go downtown and buy one that starts at $750,000 and goes up, you can find one. But for our middle income, those that can afford something in the $350 to $400 or even $450, this is the first opportunity that we've had in Westminster in almost 20 years to get condominiums or townhomes built. Part of that has been legislation that has restricted developers from being able to invest in those. But the other part of it is we have no comps. If you start to sell a single-family home where you're at today, one of the first things your realtors look at is what are the comps? How do you value that property? If you haven't built anything in nearly 20 years, you can't find comps. And without the city helping to participate in the initiation of these projects, we will not get owner-occupied homes at the new downtown, whether it's townhomes or condominiums, either one. As Councilor Seiss pointed out, but for the development, we wouldn't be talking about this at all. There would be no owner-occupied construction plan for the downtown. Contrary to the comments in the public comments, yes, there was an RFI that went out. And we had 2 people who replied from across the country. But the litigation piece that's brought on by what's in the state legislature and the fact that they have very hard time finding people to insure them against construction litigation is one of the things that limits the number of people who are willing to take on that risk. Our entitlement is trying to get people to invest in the city. But a part of this deal that's not mentioned so far is there's a share back with the city if they sell above a certain percentage. We get money returned from us as a part of our profit share back to the city. So in either way you look at this, there is an opportunity for the city to get something that has been drastically needed in townhomes and condominiums for people's first family buyers, first home buyers, but also some of us who are getting a little older to start looking at a way to move out of these big single family homes and move into something where I don't have to worry about the maintenance. And if I get ready to lock my door and go on a trip for a couple of weeks, somebody's going to be there to take care of the place. There's a lot of pros and cons either way you look at this. But the thing is, what's best for us downtown? If people own property in the downtown, they're more likely to invest their dollars in what's in their neighborhood. And I think this is one of the glaring pieces that we've been missing in the downtown that we need to consider. So I, again, will be supporting this proposal. Mr. Tripp, then I'll come back to Councilor DeMont.
So, Mayor, I'd like to, there's been a lot said about this evening. There's a lot of people in the room who probably haven't followed this over the course of the last 10 or 15 years that this has been in process. Over 10 years ago, the city made a commitment with the failing Westminster Mall to buy that property and to attempt to build a downtown in Westminster that would be a mixed-use sort of a community that had a place to work, places to live, places to shop, a kind of a development that over hundreds of years in cities across America survived. Downtowns survive. Suburban-oriented shopping districts, malls in particular, have not survived over time, but these sorts of attractions have survived. I'm going to ask John Hall to come up and just give an overview of why we think this is a significant project. In fact, I would tell you that we're really proud of what's brought forward tonight because it met something you asked us to do, Council. We have initiated over a time a lot of mixed use, but it's been in the way of rental apartments, some affordable and some market rate. Those are projects we're proud of too, but we were getting along the lines of having no ownership on site. So when we were able to put a deal together, which isn't being done anywhere around us, for ownership, entry-level ownership, and yes, at those price points, that can be entry-level for people compared to what they pay for an apartment today. So we're proud of this project, and it was difficult to put together, and it met what you asked us to do, I think, in a really good way. It'll be a quality project with great architecture, and people will be living on site, going to the movie theaters, and the Tattered Cover Bookstore, and playing and using the park facilities, and building us a downtown that will be sustainable into the future. But Economic Development Director John Hall, if you wouldn't mind making comments.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, John Hall, Economic Development Director. Always a pleasure to be before you, and we're very excited about this project. This is something that we've been working on for over 2 years. We did outreach to a number of different developers, as was mentioned throughout the country. We believed when we issued the RFI that we would have something on the order of 9 submittals. It has really been a challenge in the state of Colorado and to pursue condominium development in particular. That is home ownership, sometimes at an entry level that allows people, as was mentioned previously, to build equity and to build wealth for their household. The other part of this, which has also been mentioned, is we're talking about building a complete neighborhood, a place of employment, a place of entertainment, a place of residency, and we want people in this area to feel a sense of ownership in their neighborhood. And so we worked very hard to put together what I think is both a sound and creative approach to dealing with a very challenging topic, and that is namely reducing land cost in the front to allow the developer to decrease some of their risk, sharing some of the revenue that we receive as a result of this project being constructed to help subsidize the project, and then reaching agreement with the developer to share back any profits above a certain level that they may receive so that we can recoup the cost of that upfront land cost, land price, and fee rebate. So we're excited about this project. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it. Happy to talk about it anytime. We're excited about what's going on in the downtown. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeMott.
Real quick before you go and I make my other comments, what is the price range that you expect these condos to be in?
So the base price is about $350 a square foot. So for people who don't measure their home price by $350 a square foot, we anticipate the average condominium size to be 1,000 to 1,100 square feet. So a starting price of $350,000 for a unit, and up, which is compares favorably to new home prices in the current market.
Great, thank you. So on that, I mean, I'm glad that we get something that's competitive for condos. Again, I said I don't have a problem with condos. However, I was a first-time home buyer, and I can tell you that if I'm looking at a condo for my family versus going to Countryside and buying something between $350 and low $4s, I'm going to go there. So, I mean, that doesn't hold much wind to me. But what I really want to address is that if not but for. I hear that every time we subsidize something. If not but for. You know what? If not but for this development, we wouldn't have those costs, I hope. I hope we wouldn't be taxing people for things. That stuff is supposed to go into our system because it pays for things that the city does. In general services, your police, your fire, we take those dollars that development creates and we put them into our system. So if we have so much room to give this money back, then maybe we need to relook at our structure, because I'm kind of fed up with that if not but for, because I hear it every time we want to give money away. So again, I'm glad that we're having condos. I don't have a problem with condos. If people want to live in condos, great. What I do have a problem with is us giving this level of subsidy, that level of price for a piece of property that we probably could make more money off of. I've been here my whole life. I was here when we had a movie theater where we now have a movie theater. We're going to have the tattered book cover. I'm great, a book place, but there's not the shopping opportunities there that we all thought were going to be here now. This just doesn't make sense to spend our tax dollars on.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear that I am for transit-oriented development, and this is a perfect place for that. And also to clarify that past councils were the ones to direct staff on developing downtown. I too, I don't have a family yet, just me. I couldn't afford $400,000 in my budget if I was to be responsible. And so part of my angst with where we're going with this development project is that the roads and utilities are already there. So isn't that subsidy enough for these developers to build in the downtown? To give more in dollars is not okay with me and not okay with taxpayers' money. That's not being responsible in my perspective. And to receive revenue for this project, at what cost do we break even? And that's part of just why I can't get there.
Ms. Scully?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard a lot of great arguments tonight, and I really applaud my fellow councilors for all of their great points. And some of the points that they have made are points that I also would have made. However, I am going to be for this development, and let me tell you why. I really liked what Mr. Hall said about completing our neighborhood. We need our downtown to be more than just rentals. We need it to be housing that people can purchase, that makes them own something and helps them have a sense of belonging. When you own something, it ends poverty for you. It helps you to escape poverty. And it gives you a leg up. And it helps you have a legacy to leave to your children, a heritage, something to either leave or sell and buy something bigger. So I think that this is a really important project. Councilor DeMont commented that he'd like to see more stores in this area. Absolutely, but first you have to have the people there in order to bring the stores. Store owners don't want to build a store unless they know that there is a group of people that are going to buy from them. We've been very fortunate in being able to put a movie theater in so early, being able to put a bookstore in so early. Those were real coups for our city, but they're very unusual. Usually the commercial comes in second. And so I'm looking forward to when it is a very well-developed area and it has lots of stores and restaurants, and I get to go and enjoy sitting in my downtown with all my fellow residents, enjoying the park, enjoying the festivals, and coming together as a community, knowing that all of our parks and trails are going to build into this city. This is going to be a real center. And I think that these townhomes and these condos are going to really add to the area. So I will be in favor of this.
Any other comments from council? Hearing none, this is a roll call vote, if you will. Ms. Parker?
Councilor DeMott?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights?
Yes.
Councilor Seymour?
No.
Councilor Scully?
Yes.
Councilor Smith?
No.
Councilor Bowles?
Yes.
Mayor Atchison?
Yes. And the motion passes on a 4-3 vote. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we will take a recess from the Westminster City Council. We will reconvene at this point under the Westminster Economic Development Authority Board of Directors. Roll call for the City Council will stand as the same. And you have the date of the minutes, Ms. Parker?
October 28th of 2019.
Okay. All right, at this time I will take a motion in regards to the minutes of the preceding meeting. Mr. DeMont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the City Council approve the minutes of October 28th, 2019 meeting as presented.
Ms. Sights.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. First item on the agenda is the WIDA Resolution Number 200, referencing the development agreement with Downtown and Westminster Residences, LLC, for a portion of Block A1, A4, and Block C7. This time I'll entertain a motion for Resolution 200. Ms. Sight.
Thank you. I move to adopt resolution number 200 on authorizing the executive director to execute a development agreement with Downtown Westminster Residences LLC in substantially the same form as presented for the development of at least 40 condominiums on a portion of Lot 2, Block A1, 34 townhomes on a portion of Block A4, 34 townhomes on Block A7, a future option to construct additional condominiums on a portion of Lot 2, Block A1, and a future option to construct townhomes on up to 1 acre of Block C6.
Ms. Gully?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, this is also a roll call vote. Ms. Parker, if you will, please.
Vice Chairperson Sights. Board Member Seymour.
No.
Board Member Scully.
Yes.
Board Member Smith.
No.
Board Member Vols.
Yes.
Chairperson Atchison.
Yes.
Board Member Demott.
No.
And the motion carries on a 4-3 vote. That concludes the business of the Westminster Economic Development Authority. At this time, we will adjourn, and we will return as the Westminster City Council and begin our business with item 10C. All right, Council, we're up to 10C. Mr. Seymour?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager execute an agreement with the law office of Kevin C. Flesh LLC in the amount not to exceed $150,000 for public defender services at the municipal court from January 1st, 2020 through July 31st, 2020.
Ms. Smith?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion in regards to item 10C? Ms. Smith or Mr. Vols? Either one, Mr. Vols?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm going to put this on the radar for future meetings. I'm a little concerned with this item. I think we need to flesh this out a little more. It looks like the contract is an abbreviated contract, and we put it out to bid, and there may be some issues there. At some point, I'd like some answers. Why do we think that's happening? Why do we think we didn't get more bids on this particular item? If we could have that, I would appreciate that, but I will vote for this. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, this is a vote with your buttons, please. And the motion carries on a 7-0 vote. Next item is item D1. Ms. Scully?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to reallocate $501,000 from the Parks Renovation Program project into the Golf Course Improvements project within the General Capital Improvement Fund.
Mr. Vols?
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any question on item D1? Seeing none, this is a vote with your buttons, please. And D1 carries on a 7-0 vote. Ms. Scully, would you do D2, please?
I move, based on the recommendation of the city manager, to find that the public interest would be best served by executing a contract with the second low bidder, Landscapes Unlimited LLC, in the amount of $455,405 for the replacement of the pond liner and the reconstruction of the retaining wall on hole 16 at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve, plus a 10% contingency in the amount of $45,541 for a total authorized expenditure of $500,946.
Mr. Vols?
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Before I ask for you to vote on this item, Mr. Johnson, where are you at? You or Mr. Jenkins, the one? So to avoid the question later that we're being recommended to go to the second low bidder on this project instead of the low bidder, can you tell us why?
Sure. Jason Gang, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Libraries, and with me tonight is Acting Parks Manager Chris Johnson. And so the question was, we are going with the second bidder, not the lowest bidder, correct?
Yes.
Chris, you mind?
Yeah, no, the second bidder has extensive experience with golf course construction, and this pond wall, retaining wall system being right up next to the 16 green at Walnut Creek has somewhat of a risk for damage to the golf course grounds, and the second low bidder is much more qualified for repair and to work in that environment.
Any questions from council on regards to the motion that's before us? Or any others that you'd like to ask the Parks Department? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. This time, this is item 10D2. This is a vote with your lights. And the motion carries on a 7-0 vote. Next item up is item 10E. Ms. Scully?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move based on the recommendation of the city manager to determine that the public interest will be best served by approving a negotiated contract with, oh my gosh. Acushnet, thank you. And authorize the city manager to purchase golf merchandise for an amount not to exceed $175,000.
Ms. Lindsay?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any other questions from council? Seeing none, all in favor, use your lights, please. We have a 7-0 vote. Mr. Jink, you can now go sell golf balls. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come back to item 10A. We'll start with a staff presentation. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. Give us a chance while we're moving around, have staff get ready and set up. So we will be on recess for about 5 minutes.
That's what I said. I go,
Hi, how are you? Good to see you I know, I'm jealous. I want some coffee.
It's a beef jerky. Huh? We should have brought some to eat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we get everyone to start taking their seats, please. All right, the next item on the agenda is a public hearing and approval of the Jadinger Villas subdivision Lot 1 preliminary development plan amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is kind of the order we will follow. We will have a presentation by the city staff of the proposed item that's on our agenda. The applicant will then have an opportunity. Once they have done that, council will have opportunity to ask questions of staff and to the applicant. When we have satisfied our questions for both of those groups, I will then open it up to public comment. This is the list that I have. Right now, I have approximately 80 people signed up to talk. I only had 26 people who submitted a form and said they did not want to talk. We could be here a while. I ask you please to be very conscious of the people around you. Maintain the courtesy that you have done very well of tonight. And we will get through this as soon as we can. I will take breaks periodically to give all of us who are sitting from early morning this morning till the time we're going to get done tonight to at least get a bio break or at least stretch once in a while. So I appreciate very much your courtesy and your patience. Ms. Connolly.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Nathan Lawrence will be making the staff presentation.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Lawrence, Senior Planner with the City of Westminster. I'll be presenting the staff analysis of the preliminary development plan amendment for Jadinger Villas subdivision Lot 1. The property owner is seeking approval of a PDP amendment that would add church use to his 5.72 acre parcel to allow a maximum 1,000 square foot meditation classroom to operate, along with the addition of new accessory uses and structures. Note that as a result of public testimony at the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant has withdrawn the request for a 4,000 square foot temple structure and associated temple uses and structures from their amendment application. The subject property is located on the southeast corner of West 106th Avenue and Balsam Street, addressed at 8200 West 106th Avenue. The Overland Trail open space is located to the north. The Walnut Creek open space is located just to the south, and the Walnut Creek Shopping Center is located off the edge of this map to the east. To bring this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created, and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, and public notices are hereby entered into the public record at this time. Section 11514 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that form the basis of consideration for approval of PDP amendments. Staff finds that the PDP application generally meets these criteria as outlined in the agenda memo. The first 4 criteria relate to whether the PDP conforms with applicable codes, follows appropriate planning principles, identifies any exceptions sought, and examines whether the PDP is compatible with surrounding development. The comprehensive plan permits churches and all land use classifications subject to the development review process. In staff's opinion, the site design accommodates the church use while maintaining the low-density residential character of the surrounding community. This compatibility has been achieved through large building and parking setbacks, intensive landscaping, and limitations on the height and size of structures. The applicant is not requesting any exceptions from the code or applicable design guidelines as part of their application. Criteria 5 through 7 ensure that the project does not adversely affect nor is adversely affected by surrounding development, and that travel to and from the intended project site is safely established. As stated along with the last slide, the applicant has included a number of site and building limitations in their amendment request, including large building setbacks and landscape buffers. As shown in the analysis attached to the agenda memos, small churches are commonly found embedded in low-density residential neighborhoods in Westminster and are commonly accessed off of local streets. Based on the information submitted by the applicant, the anticipated increase in traffic generated by the project by this project, will not unduly burden the local transportation system. A more detailed analysis of development impacts will be performed along with the official development plan submittal, and additional road improvements may be required by the city or by Jefferson County. The final three criteria ensure that the PDP identifies any land dedications that may be needed to facilitate its development, that a corresponding ODP will be able to meet the criteria outlined in the PDP, and that the applicant does not have any outstanding obligations to the city. The PDP amendment will not preclude any needed public land easements or rights-of-way dedications in the future, and includes all standards of approval needed to ensure that the expectations of any future ODP will be met. The applicant is pursuing this PDP amendment to bring the property in compliance with the Westminster Municipal Code and does not otherwise have any outstanding obligations to the city. At the November 12th, 2019 hearing, the Planning Commission voted 3 in favor and 4 against a motion to recommend approval of the meditation center and classroom while denying the allowance of the larger temple structure. The Planning Commission then voted 4 in favor and 3 against a second motion to recommend denial of the PDP amendment in its entirety, which would disallow the use of the existing meditation center and deny the addition of the larger temple. Staff recommends holding a public hearing to review the proposed PDP and that the City Council will recommend approval of the PDP amendment with the finding that the PDP generally meets the criteria set forth in Section 11.514 of the Westminster Municipal Code. Staff believes that the proposed PDP amendment, if approved, exhibits visionary leadership, effective governance, and proactive regional cooperation. A great deal of coordination was undertaken with the Jefferson County Planning and Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport in the review process of this PDP. Staff also believes that this proposed PDP amendment promotes Westminster as a place that is welcoming to a diverse range of religions and supports the city's strategic plan goal of creating a vibrant, inclusive, and engaged community. The applicant and property owner are now available to present their PDP amendment proposal. Thank you.
All right, before I call the applicant, are there any questions on what the staff has presented from any member of council? All right, hearing none, Mr. Applicant is present. And for the record, sir, would you please identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Carl Barton, Senior Planner with Sanderson Stewart. I am representing Mr. Gyormed Dorji in this application.
Okay.
If you can give us just a moment, we're trying to get this presentation to display.
Okay.
works. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Westminster City Council. I want to thank you this evening for allowing us to present to you the First Amendment to the Yidinger Villas subdivision, Lot 1, to the PDP. As I mentioned, my name is Carl Barton. I'm with Sanderson Stewart. I am the planning firm that is representing Mr. Guillermo Dorji in this application. Before I begin on my presentation, where I'm going to be talking about the land use merits of this case, I'm going to first turn it over to Mr. Guillermo Dorji to give a presentation on some background on Mipham Shedra, to talk about his story, and give you some idea of what some of the things that go on there at Mipham Shedra. So with that, Opan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and all the councilors, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Guillermo Dorji, and these are our children, and then her name is Tupten Palmo, and then she is Yumka Gelmo, and he is Kesar Dandul. I just thought I want to also present you a little bit like who I am. So now here I will start. Thank you. And I am a Tibetan Buddhist minister. It's important for me to briefly share my background and intention for our project. And we can all agree that life is challenging, and especially it has been very hard for our Tibetan people as a minority in the world community. As many of you may know, Communist China overthrew the Tibetan government in 1959. This resulted in the genocide of my culture and religion and people. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and my own family and close to 1 million Tibetan people fled Tibet. Only 110,000 survived to arrive in India with support from the United States through the CIA. We Tibetan survivors were given refuge by India, receiving donations from the United States of America, and we began restoring our culture, religion, and people in our refugee settlement in India. And then I was born there in 1972 and raised in a refugee community in India and educated in a Tibetan monastery with the intention of helping to preserve my culture and religion. Many great teachers like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1989, assisted in me in my training with the hope and aspiration of spreading the message of love and compassion. I completed all the education training, and I got the degree of Lopen, which is equivalent to PhD from my monastery, and then came to the United States in 2001. In 2004, I founded a Tibetan Buddhist church called Mipham Shedra, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Our mission statement is Mipham Shedra promotes the preservation and practice of Tibetan Buddhism for the benefit of all sentient beings. For the last 15 years, I have been offering my teachings and religious services in 4 different communities in Colorado. One is our church, Mipham Shedra, where the majority people are Westerners. And we have 65 members. It is the group who meets regularly in Westminster, but not everybody's meet every day, but there's a different numbers, small portions. The second, third, and fourth communities are the Tibetan community, which there are 500 people in their own place. The Nepali community, there are more than 5,000 people. Also, they have their own organization and their own group. And Sharpa group, where there are like a couple hundred people. Also, they have their own organization and their own group. all of whom typically meet elsewhere, where I also go and help them. For many years, I was also a part-time lecturer in CU Boulder and the Denver University. I came here as an immigrant in the United States. Respect for the law is a high priority for me. To the best of my ability, I have followed the rules and regulation without any violation. It took me 10 years to achieve my green card. Then after another 5 years, I became the United States citizen in 2017. When I read the American Constitution in preparation for my citizenship test, I was deeply moved by how beautiful it was. There were many times that tears came to my eyes as I learned more about how this great country was governed. In 2017, we found this property, and I asked the planning department officer, "Can I use this place for my meditation gathering?" And the officer told me, "Yes, as long as the neighbors do not complain. But if you start the PUD amendment application, then you can do your activity even if we receive complaints until the city council's final decision." Under the close guidance of the planning department members of the Westminster City, we then continued to gather 5 to 10 people on Sundays for meditation from 3 to 5 p.m. 3 times monthly, 5 to 10 people met for prayer service. 5 or 6 times a year, we held retreat Saturday and Sunday with 15 to 25 people from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We also held several evening classes during the year. In August, we received a letter saying we could continue to meet with small gathering as long as our paperwork was processed. They told us this was their policy. In November at the Planning Commission meeting, we were told that we were violating the law, and we were surprised because this isn't what we were told. Since then, unfortunately, we have shut down all our religious activities at our small church and met only on webinar. If you grant permission for us to meet for world peace through the preservation of my religion, we would like to continue the schedule of events I mentioned earlier. Yes, we will continue slowly to grow with these events, but we will never have more than 45 people and usually less. Our congregation is active with life, and often they find attending by webinar more convenient. Yes, earlier also I have mentioned there are kind of 500 people in Tibetan community or 5,000 Tibetan Nepali communities, but they are not coming in this. They are also just like our organization. They have their own places where I go there and teach them. Or also I go to CU Boulder. Doesn't mean CU Boulder students are all coming to my place. I am reaching, and then I am the only one Tibetan Buddhist teacher who is offering this kind of service which our native Buddhist people are hungry for, especially when there is a death and dying, some sort of like that happen. They are hungry for that, and I'm dedicated, even sometime middle of the night, like 12 or the 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., I also like dedicated myself for the benefit of all my dear friends. I would like to tell you a little bit about what one of our event is like. For example, when we gather in our temple or church, what does that look like? People enter our church quietly and sit on cushion, on the floor, or in chairs. Probably you may have seen sometime we Tibetan Buddhist or Thai Buddhist, we sit and meditate quietly. It's a silent meditation. I greet them and we offer prayers together as a group from our prayer books. And then I also like to share with you a little bit of one. What is that prayer we're chanting like? May all sentient beings endowed with happiness and cause of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the cause of suffering. That kind of prayer we chant together. Then I offer a teaching on Buddhism and love and compassion, sometimes reading texts, other times telling stories about love and compassion. We have question and answer times where they discuss issues in their lives and ask how to apply the teaching directly to the challenging situation they face. Often our teaching style is pretty much like how to deal with mind and emotion, which is today, especially this new age, is one of the most challenging. We may meditate quietly together for 20 or 30 minutes. Sometimes we chant from our prayer book, beautiful song about our teachers and their teachings. Very similar to how Christians sing from their hymnals. We end our meeting with specific prayers, give announcement, and then say goodbye. For almost 2 years, with the guidance of the City of Westminster staff, we worked hard on all the necessary work to accomplish our project. Experts studied and analyzed different important areas to mitigate any issues. We met often with the Sanderson steward and our architect, attorneys, and advisors to expertly follow everything that was asked of us. We spent so much of our precious times, effort, and energy. Now it looks like we have met all the 10 criteria for PDP approval of the Westminster Municipal Code requirements. Based on this, Planning Department officers have recommended us to be approved to meet in our small, 1,000 square feet church, whereas maximum capacity is 45 people. And to my dear neighbors, I truly understand your feelings. We have so much confusion. I believe you are beautiful people, and we are also good people. I love you all, and I believe we all will become good friends one day. I remember from our first neighborhood meeting in my sunroom in public, one of you ladies told me, if you want to make this garage into a temple, it will be okay. Then another gentleman told me, if you make this small church, then it will be beautiful. This gentleman I could not recognize, but this gentleman also shared a little more beautiful about he visited somewhere in Asia and seen some sort of like that church. I think approving this little church, something so small, it's almost 6-acre property. In that little big 6-acre property, 1,000 square feet, little humble church, not for any business, just to preserve my culture, and which also benefit, I truly believe. And this is what my teacher, Dalai Lama, told us and guide us, spread the love, message of love and compassion. And this little church can help us. I have a great faith in you, my government officers. Today, I am requesting that you grant permission for our humble project of this beautiful 1,000 square foot church, dedicated to world peace for all beings, and particularly for the well-being of us Americans. Thank you very much. But also, I want to say a few more things about last 2 years due to huge confusion, lack of communications, and so forth. We had lots of disturbance. And then I always trying to guide my group into love and compassion and tolerance. But yet, sometimes it's too, I cannot repress their emotions and mind. I can teach them the way to love and compassion and tolerant. But now they are like all the people who are wearing the white scarf like this is supposed to be supporting me. Wherever I go, I try to create peaceful and harmony. And then many people said, okay, we should wear some different color of shirts. And then I thought maybe it will be too much. So then we decided we need to represent something. I thought this is something so small and it's also beautiful. We just try to be a little bit signify, yes, we have people who really want this. So that's why we are wearing this. And then in this line, if people come up something, little bit of emotion, and I tried my best to help them to teach and into the path of love and compassion, please help me and try to understand if something little bit mistake happened in us. And then, so I think that's all from my sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. This is yours.
Yes. So, the item before this evening is an amendment to the preliminary development plan for Yidinger Villas subdivision Lot 1. It is a proposal quite simply to allow the addition of the church use to this property. As Lopan Rinpoche mentioned, it is a 5.72 acre property. The idea is to be able to turn the existing garage there is on the site. It is about 900 square feet currently. The idea is to change that existing garage into allowed use as a meditation center or classroom. Now, the 1,000 square foot allowance basically comes from the idea that this is a zoning document. It's a very general document, so we're going to round up to allow for some flexibility as changes go. But as it stands right now, we're talking about a 900 square foot existing structure. Also, to allow a prayer wheel wall. This is a very important part of the Tibetan Buddhist practice, this allowance for this prayer wheel wall. It is a 10-foot wall that would go around the church on 3 sides, is where it's currently conceived. It is not a wall in the traditional sense, in the sense that it is completely solid, but it actually in many ways is sort of like a fence, about 10 feet tall, but of solid material. Along with the prayer wheel wall is a circumambulation path to allow the practitioners to go around on that wall. And then, of course, a parking lot and required landscaping in order to serve this use. And as Mr. Lawrence mentioned in his introduction, this does represent a reduction in the original request that was sent to the Planning Commission on November 12th. He did mention that both the meditation center, the 1,000 square foot meditation center, and the larger 4,000 square foot temple were both recommended for denial by the Planning Commission. I do want to talk a little bit about what has been removed from the proposal. There is the 4,000 square foot temple has been removed from the proposal. The prayer wheel wall to go around that temple has been removed from the proposal. And also the allowance or the request for stupas, which are large ornamental structures, were also removed from the proposal. In the decision to proceed with this proposal, my client, Mr. Dorji, spent a lot of time thinking about whether or not this was something that would serve, not just something that he could live with, but something that would serve his membership and his organization. And he came quite clearly that it is. For the foreseeable future, this size is sufficient for what Mr. Gorma Dorji wants to do. And I mention this because I think you might hear from some of the public comment this evening that this is somewhat of a Trojan horse. The idea being that this is just the first step. And what we learned from the Planning Commission hearing, what Mr. Dorji is completely okay with and understands completely, is that the 4,000 square foot temple cannot occur on this property. So I just want to kind of get that out right away. I kind of mentioned that here at the start. So this is the subject property on an excerpt from the City of Westminster Land Use Plan. Its designation is R1 residential. As Nathan mentioned, and you'll hear me mention a number of times, your comprehensive plan does anticipate and allow for religious uses in all land use designations, including this low-density residential land use designation, subject to the ability to meet those 10 criteria. And as Nathan mentioned, this is determined to meet those 10 criteria And I, of course, will address those points in further detail as we go along. So these 10 criteria and this approval on these, and the acknowledgement or the statement that these 10 criteria are met, well, that comes from your objective staff. They are the ones that have gone out and said that, yes, these 10 criteria are met. So it's not just me standing up here saying that. It also comes from your staff. And they have been great to work with, but I'm pretty sure they're not saying that we meet the criteria just because they like us. I do want to mention and show here that this property is mostly in a kind of a mixed area. You'll notice mixed area. That what I mean by that is that it is property to the north is within the city of Westminster. Properties to the east are not within the city of Westminster. There's one lot to the south, the other lot of Yidingerville subdivision, which is not part of this PDP amendment. Nothing in this property is going to impact that. And then properties to the west are not in the city of Westminster. They're in Jefferson County. Most of we were required to do a 1,000-foot notice radius for this, recognizing the controversial nature of this project. As you can see, a lot of that radius does encompass areas that are in unincorporated Jefferson County. So this is the surrounding area. As you can see that there are a mix of uses, as well as a mix of building sizes and lot configurations. The area is predominantly residential, but there are some agricultural and other storage and business uses occurring in and around the neighborhood. So we think that this use could be very compatible here. This is really making the case that this is a compatible use. The property in question is located in the center of the picture, and you can see the garage is located just to the right or east of the house with the red roof. That is the 900 square foot existing garage that my client would like to convert into the meditation center and classroom. Included some additional photos of the site to increase your level of orientation. We've got a couple of views looking down 106th Street, and then looking at the property from 106th, and then looking northeast across the property from Balsam Street. Balsam Street is the street that is on the west side of the property. So in this view showing the property from Balsam Street, this view, mostly what you're seeing here is the western half of the property, of which no development is being allowed per this PDP amendment. That was the location that was supposed to be, that the intention and the request had been for the 4,000 square foot temple to go on that piece of the parcel. That has been denied, of course. And so that part of the property will probably remain very much similar. So you wouldn't actually be able to see the meditation center from here. And then these are some photographs from the site, looking north from the proposed meditation center. So essentially standing in front of the garage, what we're seeing in this image is where the parking lot would be. Looking west from the proposed meditation center, you're seeing some of the trees and things like that, all of which would likely remain as we go through the process of finalizing the site design through the ODP process. And then looking at the northwest towards the house, and you can see that the meditation center in the garage is actually located between a house and a barn, and the barn is also existing on site. The barn is not intended to be part of the meditation center. The allowance, the 1,000 square foot maximum, would not allow it to be part of the meditation center. So that would just remain as it is. Again, I'm going to do another image of the surrounding area. I think it's important to recognize kind of the mixed character of the area, which we think that the meditation center at its limited size, 1,000 square feet, would fit in very well. You can barely see the garage in this image. It is the kind of the brown roof just to the east of the trees. But as you can see from this picture, there's a lot of the surrounding development with the residential uses, some large parking areas, some large storage areas, and a mix of residential of different sizes and configurations. So really what it comes down to on this is, and what the 10 criteria are meant to measure, is whether or not this use is compatible. As I mentioned, your comprehensive plan does anticipate and allow religious uses in residential land use designation areas. And so what we're talking about here is compatibility. We believe that we have a very compatible project, and this is just some of the highlights. So we've got very deep setbacks. We're talking about 100-foot setbacks for the building. These are much more significant than are required in other code sections in the city. 100 feet for the parking. 25 from 106 Balsam in the rear lot line. 25 feet parking from the east. And I do want to mention here, and I'll show a graphic of it in a moment, is that there's an additional 25, it's approximately 23 to 25 foot wide parcel that is owned by Mr. Gormed Dorji that is not in the city of Westminster. It's a portion of Allison Street that was vacated, and it is not in the city of Westminster. It remains in Jefferson County. It was never annexed, and therefore it is not part of this. So when we talk about a 25-foot setback from the east property line, the effective setback to the next residential property is actually closer to 50 feet. And so that's important to notice. 60-foot setback for a prayer wheel wall. This is a 10-foot structure, so it's a 60-foot setback, and it's not really a full building. So these setbacks are similar or larger than surrounding properties. Landscape requirements, 25-foot landscape buffering around all parking areas. Additionally, this parking area is required to be paved. This is more screening than is afforded to other nearby parking areas. Size and height limits, 1,000 square feet, and again, the structure as it exists today is only 900 square feet. Height maximum, 30 feet. 45-person maximum occupancy. That equals a small parking lot and low traffic. And I do want to address the occupancy for a moment. So 45 people is based on Class B occupancy for 1,000 square foot structure. In actuality, we probably might end up with something less. And the reason for that is that is Class B occupancy for a 1,000-foot structure that is entirely used for that assembly. This garage, as it stands, has a bathroom and a closet in it, and that would actually reduce the actual allowed occupancy. The current occupancy area inside the structure is about 775 square feet, and that is really what's going to drive this. But because this is a zoning document, we're thinking about things at a high level, we wanted to just kind of keep things very general. It's 1,000 square feet. There is an implication. We believe that even at 45 people, though it might be less, that even at 45 people, that this is a site that will have low impact. And then 10-foot height maximum for the prayer wheel wall, 10 feet. So the city staff did mention that there are a number of other churches located within residential areas. This is very common in the city of Westminster. And the point I want to make with these churches that I'm going to show here, and these are the same ones that are from the staff report, showing the graphics on the screen. The point I want to mention here is really about size more than anything else. We look at some of these structures. For instance, Westminster Presbyterian is 20,000 square feet. It's 20 times as large. Love Outreach Pentecostal is just 1,000 square feet. So there's an example of something that is very similar in size. Mount Calvary Apostolic, 9,000 square feet. Highland Baptist, 16,000 square feet. Oh, I should keep up with my own sheets here. Highland Baptist, 16,000 square feet. Denver Hmong Alliance, 8,000 square feet. Also notice some of the sizes of these parking areas. Although you are not approving a site plan tonight, that is something that's going to happen at the level of the ODP, which would be the next step. I think it is important for you to have an understanding of what this can look like on the ground. I want to make sure that everyone is very comfortable with this. So this is a conceptual site plan of the property. I think it does do a good job of showing the compatibility, shows the landscaping around the parking area. It does show, in this instance, the additional 23 to 25 foot wide parcel that's located to the east. It shows the access, and it shows the existing house, which is intended to remain the family residence of Mr. Dorji. I did want to show this screenshot of the parcel that is still in Jefferson, unincorporated Jefferson County, that is owned by Mr. Gormed Dorji. So I just want to be very clear that all setbacks in this PDP are measured from the parcel that is within the city of Westminster. So when we talk about a 25-foot setback from the east, that is measured not from the eastern boundary of this other skinny parcel, but from the eastern boundary of Lot 1 of Yeidinger Villas. To give you some more ideas of what this development could look like. This is a perspective. This is what it looks like today. You can see the garage there in the center of the picture with the boat in front of it. The boat belonged to the previous owner, so it's no longer on the property. And this is what it would look like after construction. You can see a heavily screened parking area with a meditation center in the background, and the prayer wheel wall located in front of that. It is an unobtrusive building. It's not to say that you cannot see this building. You will be able to see this building. But whether or not you can see something or not is not a measure of compatibility. Again, and then this is that same aerial photograph showing the development on the site. I think one thing to point out here is we continue to talk about efforts to make sure that this does have as small impact on the neighbors as possible, is that the current building, the current garage would actually be the current garage to be the meditation center is not actually located adjacent to the neighboring residential units. What I'm trying to say is that it's kind of between the two of them. And then the other thing to note is that the barn storage shed structure actually sits between the meditation center and the properties sitting next to the east. But even regardless on that, this is still a significant setback. The meditation center is still going to be 100 feet from the east property line, and the prairie wheel wall is still going to be 60 feet from the east property line. So even if that shed were to be removed, it would still be well away from the neighboring property and have a small impact. And again, here's a proposed perspective. It is my client's intention, as part of this conversion, to do some architectural modifications to the garage to allow for this modified roof line to allow it to support their religious practice. This is not, nor any of these other perspective drawings or anything like that that I've shown you, have not been reviewed by the city, not been reviewed by city staff. So what there is at that point of ODP, we will be submitting again, and all of these things would be reviewed for compliance with the PDP and all other applicable City of Westminster codes. So, and Lopan Rinpoche had mentioned and kind of alluded to some of the things what it's like to be in the Mipham Shudder when it is under operation. So we wanted to show some of these pictures. So we've got, this is what it's like when they're in there. This is the existing garage. It's about 775 square feet of actual occupiable space in there today. That's an estimate. It really is a small use, small impact, limited amount of traffic. We're talking about a classroom occupancy at 45 persons is a 17-car parking lot. It's smaller than other parking lots in the immediate vicinity. It would have to be paved. It would have to be screened with landscaping. We might hear tonight about some of the comments from the Broomfield Airport, Rocky Mountain Airport, regarding this use and its appropriateness within the critical zone. There are a number of uses within the critical zone that would not normally be recommended there. For instance, the Westminster Promenade 24 is within the critical zone. The Target is within the critical zone. But this small use does go a long way towards limiting some of those concerns that this is a large assembly use within the critical airport zone. This is not a large assembly use. We're talking a maximum of 45 people, probably much less than that, or probably less than that. And our client is perfectly willing to sign the avigation easement that comes along with this as well. So, the criteria. As I mentioned, as Nathan mentioned, the use is allowed per the comprehensive plan as provided it meets these criteria. And your staff has objectively said that this does meet the criteria, and I want to go over some of them as a final closing point here. So the plan unit development, zoning, and proposed land uses in the associated PDP are in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan and all city code ordinances and policies. Per the comprehensive plan, places of worship are generally allowed in residential areas due to city review. Your comprehensive plan anticipates uses like this in all land use designations, including the residential land use designation. The PDP exhibits the application of sound, creative, innovative, and efficient planning principles. We are talking about some very deep and appropriate setbacks, very similar to what is going on, very similar to those that are in the surrounding neighborhood. Landscape buffers around parking. Size and height limits are very similar or smaller than surrounding structures, 30 feet. It's about a 2-story house. Any exceptions for the standard code requirements or limitations are warranted by virtue of design or special amenities. No exceptions are required, and none were requested because none were required. This is compatible on its face. PDP is compatible and harmonious with existing public and private development in the surrounding area. Surrounding area is residential, but with business and agricultural uses occurring. Parking area is smaller than nearby parking areas. Parking area will need to be screened and paved, and other much larger churches are located in residential areas within the city of Westminster. The PDP provides for the protection of development from potentially adverse surrounding influences and for the protection of the surrounding areas from potentially adverse influences from within the development. Again, we're talking about the setbacks, the size and height limitations. This is a 1,000 square foot structure that we're talking about. Very small in relation to the surrounding uses. Landscaping, parking lot screening, size and height. And as I did mention, the avigation easement, of course, can be signed. The PDP has no significant impacts upon existing or future land uses, nor upon the future development of the immediate area. This use is common and anticipated in residential areas per the City of Westminster Comprehensive Plan. Many site and building factors increase compatibility. Again, those setbacks, landscaping, screening, all of those things. Streets, driveways, and access points and turning movements are designed in a manner that promotes safe, convenient, and free traffic flow. The plan is to use the current access, but you're not being asked to sign off on traffic impacts tonight. Those will be reviewed at a later date through the ODP. Those will be reviewed both by the City of Westminster and Jefferson County. And our applicant, like anybody else, would be required to make those improvements as necessary in order to meet City of Westminster and Jefferson County code. Trips for 1,000 square foot. So I should mention, though, that trips for 1,000 square foot church, as it's classified in the International Traffic Engineers Trip Generation Manual, are very minimal. Nothing herein shall preclude further public land dedications. This is, of course, true. Performance standards are included to ensure reasonable expectations of the official development plans. As I mentioned, we know that we are able to create, my client is very comfortable with the limitations that are being imposed through this plan unit, through this PDP, and is comfortable with those. And then finally, the applicant is not in default or does not have any outstanding obligations at the city. Now, I think we've talked a little bit about this, and the whole point of this process, of course, is to get within compliance at the city. That's what we're here to do. It's what we've been working for and working towards. And I do want to quote from a letter from Eric Osselberger. It said, code enforcement's existing operational protocol on zoning violations is to postpone issuing a notice of violation, provided the owner and responsible party is actively working in good faith to bring their property into zoning compliance and there are no significant impacts to public health, safety, and welfare. So we have been operating under the presumption that we are working within standard city operating practice, which is to address code violations by getting those code violations into the entitlement process. That's what we've been doing, and that's what we've been working on. Now, in light of the November 12th Planning Commission hearing, as Lopan Rinpoche did mention, all operations at Mipam Shedrad at 106th Avenue have ceased. So we have done that, but I just want to say that we are working towards bringing this into compliance. That's why we're here. So with this, I think you can see, and as your staff agrees, that this site, this preliminary development plan amendment meets the 10 criteria to be found compatible and be approved per your comprehensive plan. With that, I think I'm going to, Will Gabler, architect on our team, is going to say a few words. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Carl did a great job of kind of bullet pointing a lot of the 10-point criteria that we've been working with the last approximately 18 months with the planning department. So I won't go over those again for the brevity of time. First, I'd just like to say how fortunate we are here in Colorado, some of us, to be able to study with a living teacher from this unbroken Buddhist lineage. This branch of Buddhism reaches back more than 2,000 years and continues to be passed on from teacher to student to this day. Rinpoche mentioned that he teaches broadly in the Front Range, and I've had the pleasure for the last couple of years to attend his meditation classes in Denver. So just to talk a little bit about the process, working with Nathan, the city council, or the planning department, we worked closely with them. We did many iterations to make revisions to bring our proposal into conformance as was described, and I think those were represented very well in the 10-point that Carl mentioned.
We were just going to try to make the mic higher.
You push that button?
Oh.
Yeah, push the button.
Is it moving?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So yeah, as Carl mentioned, you know, some of the things of creating additional setbacks for both parking and the pair wheel structure, as he mentioned. You know, in the rendering, you can see that the prayer wheel is more of a fence with copper prayer wheels that are part of it. Just so there's a clear idea, it's not like a giant masonry wall that surrounded is open with columns and supports these traditional copper prayer wheels. Carl did such a great job kind of hitting a lot of the points, so for the sake of all our time, I'll kind of skip forward. I guess lastly, I just want to say that what's being decided here tonight is whether the addition of a religious use to the existing classroom would be compatible for the neighborhood. And as the 10 objective criteria have been described, we feel that we've done a good job in an attempt to try to adjust our proposal so that it would in fact be compatible with existing character and quality of the neighborhood. And furthermore, we think that this proposal is very much in alignment with the city's stated mission statement of vibrancy, inclusivity, and engaged community. And we hope for the opportunity to continue this small practice so that we can prove to our neighbors that we'll be good neighbors. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Don't go away.
Yep.
At this time, if any
Yes.
questions from the council of the applicant, we'll try to deal with those, Mr. DeMont.
A couple of quick questions, and I think most of them the applicant could probably answer. When they talked about the parts that you removed from the original proposal,
yes,
were those parts already removed when the Planning Commission recommended denial?
No, they were, and Nathan make sure I'm answering this question correctly. The Planning Commission heard, the amendment presented to the Planning Commission included those other elements, the larger stage 2
That's
temple.
what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear.
Yes.
Another question that I had, and I apologize.
Excuse me, if I can clarify one thing. There were 2 votes during it, and the first vote, basically, in summary, without going into the long, drawn-out legalese, was it was a proposal to deny both uses, or both structures, and that was passed. The other vote was to approve just the meditation center, minus the larger temple, and that did not pass. So both were voted on during it, just to be crystal
understood.
clear.
Thank you. In the land, in this property, there's also a house.
That's correct.
So is the idea that that's used for residents and that will be continued to be used as residence, and then this other building would have a additional use?
Yes, that is correct.
So then my next question might actually be for staff. I'm curious, you gave a lot of examples of where there's churches against residents, which I'm aware of. How many of those also mix living quarters on that property? And my second question, since I'm on the subject, how many of those churches were originally residential and then converted to that church?
To my knowledge, based on just drive-bys and some aerial work, I noticed there was probably one of these. It looks like there's a residence on site. But again, these are such smaller pieces of land that it's hard to tell whether or not someone could live in one of the many houses surrounding. So I'm not exactly sure how many have the actual have one person living on site. There was evidence of one of the ones that I saw, but again, I didn't go into the buildings, and there's not really evidence of that on tax records.
Sure. So I guess the other part is if we know of ones that have been converted from residential. But I guess the other part of that, if you don't know specifically if people live on site, do we typically mix those kind of uses on one parcel in the way that this is being recommended? It is still under one ODP, correct, for that piece of property. So we're going to have multiple users. I mean, I know we have like mixed use and stuff, but I'm just not familiar if we've done this specific coupling of users.
No, we don't have any evidence of that, but in the past, historically, it was common to have a parsonage or a pastor's home associated with the church generally, but specific to the city, we really don't have that data.
Thank you.
Other question from council, Mr. Volz?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is probably more directed to staff. When will the traffic study come into play? Did I hear that that's a later point in the process, the ODP?
Yeah, so our basic setup is for a PDP, it's just a letter. It's provided by the applicant. It basically just pulls the general data from the handbook that Carl was mentioning. A traffic letter or study will also be required with the ODP submittal per the traffic engineers.
Okay. Can I just in general ask public safety, if these are narrow roads with no sidewalks, do we generally know if public safety signs off on they would have proper coverage, easy access to this property? Because we're going from a single family residence to kind of an event space. I mean, it's a church, so there'd be more people there at times. Are we able to cover that currently?
I'll direct that question. I think Tim is, or I direct that to members of PD.
I apologize, Counselor, as I was moving, I only heard part of your question.
Have you looked at this at all yet, and do you feel confident that you have proper coverage and staffing, and there's no problem with the egress and coming and going from this property for your staff?
We haven't studied the egress of that particular area, but we knew already respond up in that area, and we haven't had any problems and don't anticipate.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. I had one other question. How does it work at this? I'm not sure exactly. This is just for my own knowledge. How does it work for a water tap in? So right now it's a single family residence. it's going to a property that may have 45 people. What is the process we go through on that, approving that, or do we?
Yeah, so tap fees are allocated based on tap size, and tap size is based on fixture count. And so if they were to do some large renovation and add a lot of bathrooms, for instance, then it might increase their tap size, which would then increase their tap fee. I'm not an expert, but based on even if they add a bathroom or two, it wouldn't likely trigger a larger tap size. So it wouldn't. The actual change from a residential use to a place of assembly doesn't by itself trigger any tap fees. It's just if you increase the actual size of the tap.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Seymour?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is a staff question also. Correct me on this one. Because of the size of this, then the ODP will not come back to council. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have quite a few questions, so some are for staff and some are for you. Thank you for the presentation. It's helpful to especially have kind of a rendering of what it might be. It's hard to visualize these types of things when you just have them on paper. So I'm curious for staff, do we know the generality? Because there was a lot of reports that came through with this package. So are we looking? I guess how do we determine the parking spaces needed for such a facility? It seems like with this amount of space that they already have, is the parking sufficient? Do they need to increase it for 45 people? But it seems like how do we determine that when we're doing these types of?
Sure. So parking for places of assembly are based on rated seating capacity. And so based on the 45 maximum occupants that was mentioned, you would divide that by 3, so 15 spaces would be the absolute minimum required by the city. I believe, and Carl can speak to this, that they're proposing more, but the minimum would be 15 based on the occupancy.
And then to back up, I'm sorry, I'm still confused on the 3-4-4-3 vote. Can you
I can just read it.
clarify that?
Mm-hmm. It is a bit confusing. So at the November 12th hearing, they first voted 3 in favor and 4 against the motion to recommend approval of the actual center, the smaller building.
So what currently exists, just
Yes.
as is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. While denying that larger structure, the larger 4,000 square foot temple. So that did not pass. The next vote was 4 in favor and 3 against a recommendation of denial of everything. So that was what it was, a recommendation of denial that was 4-3 for it. So it passed for all intents and purposes.
Okay, so as everything, it failed, but just as it stands right now, it passed.
No.
No.
No, it's confusing. So nothing actually passed for a recommendation for the larger temple or the smaller center. The first vote again was 3 in favor and 4 against that first motion to allow just the meditation center. So 3-4, it went down. The next one was 4 in favor and 3 against a motion saying nothing. They don't recommend either use. So that passed, a recommendation of neither use. So it's confusing. I tried to word it clearly and legally, but it's.
Thank you. as it currently stands, is this building up to fire code?
Nathan, how about if I turn to Chief Hall?
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Doug Hall, Fire Chief for the city. I'm not aware of any outstanding fire code violations in this occupancy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you describe your hours of operation?
I'm going to refer that to Lohan Rinpoche.
While he's approaching, I would like to clarify in the building code question. Should this get approval, they would have to get a change in occupancy and get a permit applied, and then there would be an evaluation of whether it's in compliance with building code as well.
Hello. It's hours of operations. So currently we are let's say, every Sunday from 3 to 5 p.m. we are doing meditation. We have only 5 to 10 people. And then also 3 times monthly, 5 to 10 people again for 2 hours prayer time. And also 5 to 6 times a year, almost once in 2 months, we are doing retreat. That is Saturday and Sunday from morning 9 or 10 a.m. till evening 4 p.m. And then there are usually, this time we have 15 to 25 people. When we said 45 people, this is kind of realistic that if we pack 45 people 5 times a year, it means a lot to us. We don't have that much. 45 people, we just have to tell you for the maximum capacity, but we don't have that many people come. And then that also only 5 times a year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And in the report, it made mention of use of drums. What's the duration of drums?
Okay. And also, this building seems like built in 2004. It is a standard kind of garage, and it has all these kind of soundproof. Plus, it's quite far away from all the neighbors. And also we play the drum while we chant, And then also, this is what seems like, when we talk, it sounds like big thing. But if you ever come to visit us, you probably, if you are kind of in your own room in other neighbor, I don't know if anyone could hear. Even outside, I don't know. We have checked. Yes, we use our microphone like this. And then we also checked outside. Few people went outside. And drum at, yes, 3 times a month. 3 times a month. 2 hours. Each time we practice 2 hours. That time we beat a drum. That 3 times a year, 3 times a month, each time 2 hours practice with the drum. Is that?
And then did I read that there's another temple in the vicinity of this area?
Yes. Maybe I can speak a little bit about that. That's a Lao temple, Lao Buddhist temple. And then we are Tibetan Buddhist temple. And sometime also that last commissioners meeting, we heard that. I try to compare with a very simple example. It's kind of like saying there's a Catholic church and there's a Baptist church. Oh, no need the Baptist church, everybody should go to Catholic church. It's kind of like that. If I show you that example, it's like that. And then also I want to say a little bit about that Lao temple is seeming like very emphasize their own culture focused. like they speak their Lao language and they do their own typical prayers. But our focus is actually knowledge, education based on mind and emotion. And our people are mostly 99% are Westerners, those who want to learn and educate about the mind and emotion, and they meditate. That's kind of the difference. And then we speak 99% in English.
And you made mention that you operated in Boulder, is that correct?
Sorry?
You had your operation in, or operations. Sorry. You had your activities, your temple in Boulder, correct?
Okay. I started our organization from Boulder back in 2004. We registered a nonprofit organization, 501c3. It was starting from Boulder. Actually, again, if I just say a little bit about that, yes, it started from really nothing. Back then, I was not speaking English, and I don't know the culture, and I don't have money, and I have no one. I was just randomly hanging out in Pearl Street Mall in Boulder, and my role was the marketing. And the people often came from, a lot of people from street came to me, and we share our knowledge. And this is how really came up, very organically, step by step. And today, look at this. How many people, I really feel like I'm so rich with love and compassion. And then, yes, this is right. From Boulder, we started.
And what's your inception in Westminster?
Inception?
Mm-hmm, the start.
So what does that mean? When did you start in Westminster? 2017, right? Like, slowly when we were kind of, let's say, we were growing. And then I feel one huge thing we are lacking for a Tibetan community or Tibetan Buddhism. Because of, if you really look at, okay, how many Christian churches are there? I really appreciate and rejoice. Every corner there are Christian churches. And then how many Hindu temples, how many mosques, or everywhere. They are successful, they are rich. We really inspire and aspire and rejoice. But we Tibetan are really coming from really kind of like, if you read a little bit of our history, we've been kicked out from one place to another. We're barely surviving kind of like situation. And then when I came here, I see that there are two situations happens for Tibetan communities or the centers. Either we should buy one kind of abandoned church and make it into a temple. Or otherwise we should move hundreds of miles away, somewhere no one is living, somewhere in the mountain, And then we actually have our own kind of way of look, temple, like not only meditation, we circumambulate and so forth, indoor and outdoor. We have something beauty of Tibetan Buddhism. And then Tibetan Buddhism started here since 1960s. Now it's 2020. And then I feel like I'm young enough, I should really put all my effort to do something. If I don't do it, then how can we change this? Because majority community people live here, and day to day they live. And sometimes there are people dying, and they need our kind of service, something like that. So this is how we kind of thought. Westminster, when we found this property, we thought it is excellent. And the neighbors, you are really right. That neighbor is so beautiful. This land is so beautiful and convenient to everyone. There's a good energy and so forth. And then, let's say, so this way I can reach everybody so easily from that location, from Denver to Boulder, to Longmont, to Lakewood, everywhere. That location is actually becoming so center. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
With the airport so close, I assume with meditation comes silence.
Okay.
How does the airport noise affect your
Okay.
meditation?
I'm very happy to say this, but let's say there are many kinds of meditation. If I quickly just say that, the style of, there are, even in Tibetan Buddhism, we have also many different kinds of meditations. And the meditation that I teach people is very unique, that we usually don't repress. We love democracy. not only external, but internal too. Which that means is we allow our mind and emotions and figure out, relate them, which that time we allow, if any noise also come, that will not, we learn how to be not disturbed by the noise. So therefore, actually sound or even disturbing emotion, we just learn how to, it's kind of learning swimming in the swimming pool with the water. We learn how to not get drawn. Yeah, so that sound is not a problem for us, in particularly the meditation that I teach. So this is what a lot of people like, and very much seeming like very practical to many people. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that
Golly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions for the city staff as well. And so Councilor Bowles earlier talked about the tap and how it would have to be perhaps rebuilt so that it was bigger. So my question is more along the water usage, and I know that that's probably an ODP question, but I was just wondering if we had any idea, is this going to increase water, and is the city prepared for that? Because that is one of our major concerns as a city.
As part of the PDP review, we do refer this to internal departments, including Public Works and Water, and we have not received a negative response to that. Typically, when it's an incremental change such as this, it's going to be within the overall water budget. However, water commitments are not made until building permit. So we really never fully commit to that until it goes to the development and review process and they apply for a building permit.
So Ms. Scully, if you would, I'll ask Mr. Alzelberger with Community Development, see if he can address further your question.
Thank you.
And Councilor Scully, just to dovetail on what Rita McConnell has said, at the time that they pulled a residential interior finish permit, there was the addition of one bathroom. So that's the magnitude of the improvements that have been made for what they were operating to date.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had is, so I'm thinking about the churches, the other churches in our city that were originally built. Is there a zoning code for a church? Is that commercial or is it mixed use? Is it residential?
The comp plan designates them as public, quasi-public.
Okay.
But throughout the history of the city, with comp plan updates, they've been labeled that. They were previously residential or commercial. It's not really a prescriptive classification, if that makes sense.
It does. So what you're saying is that it's kind of a precedent that we often have to change the use of the land?
Yes.
For a church, like, I'm trying to think of a church that's in Westminster that would have had that. Maybe Westminster Presbyterian. It's awfully old. I'm not sure that it...
I believe it is the same pathway because, yes, it's public, quasi-public today. I'm not sure exactly which update that was pulled in. I believe it was created with the last update. So that's generally how it works.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Volz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentations, and thank you for the staff work, and thank you all for being here. Hearing you and what you have to say, and we'll get to that soon. That's how we make our decisions here. So thank you for being here, and I know it's late at night, so I just very much thank you for being here, and I know some of you are going to share your thoughts, so I appreciate that. I had two quick questions, then we can move on, I guess. The goal of many religious organizations is to grow, to reach more people. What will we do with parking overflow? And maybe we already addressed this, but we have 17 spots that's been deemed appropriate for the 45 people, but what if over time it's more? And what will we do with parking? Because that is a very narrow parking area there.
Mm-hmm. Well, so we haven't submitted the ODP yet. Now, to give you more background on this project, we had submitted a previous ODP. We originally were running a PDP and ODP amendment at the same time. At that time, we had foreseen a parking lot of about 25 spaces. So again, greater than is required for this. But to the extent that that question comes up, that's a question really for any use, anywhere in the city, is what to do if there's too much demand for parking. And And what I can say is that what we will do through the ODP process is probably build in a little bit of wiggle room in there to allow for that. Now, the property itself will remain quite large, 5.72 acres, most of which is going to remain undeveloped. So we do not expect that if there's a instance where there is too much parking to be accommodated in the parking lot, we do not expect that parking will then spill out into the public street. It would have to be a very, very large parking event in order for that to happen.
Thank you for that. And then the one other quick question, the prayer wheel wall, will those make a lot of noise? I've seen those occasionally where they kind of clink as they go around. Is it that kind of system, or will it be a little bit quieter?
Well, I will answer that quickly.
I don't know how those work, but I'm just curious. Is that going to be, I guess, to follow up on Councilor Smith's question about noise, is that something that...
There's nothing in the, yes, okay, yeah.
So yes, back in India or Tibet, I'm sorry, is that right? Okay, back in India or Tibet, probably anything quite noisy, I guess. But here today, we have such a great technology. Anything can make such a very quiet and gentle. It won't be that making noise. Yes.
So I think what's important to realize is the prayer wheels themselves are not filled with anything that makes noise when they rotate. So they're not designed to generate noise.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
And thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will signage be required for this property?
At the previous ODP submittal that we had run through, we did not propose any signage.
And then this is for staff. Will public road improvements be necessary?
That level of analysis, as stated in the memo, occurs at the ODP review level.
Thank you. And then there was something in the report that said with the existing Lao Temple and the coming light industrial development on Dover Street will be overwhelming. What is the light industrial development? Do we know what that is?
Can you go ahead and restate that, please?
Yes. So in our report, it said the design is in complete contrast with the surrounding neighborhood, and the increased traffic combined with the existing Lao Temple and the coming light industrial development on Dover Street will be overwhelming.
I might call in Heath Klein. He was involved in that project, but again, that wasn't in my memo. That was in the public comment that was associated with it.
Do we know what the light industrial development is, though?
I believe it's you don't know. It's on 108th, I believe. Yeah, 108th and Dover, sort of at the northern extent of the property. But I don't know the exact details of that project.
Let me try to see if I can. As I recall, 2019, we had an application for a revision to a commercial center at 108th and Wadsworth. Is that what you're referring to?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Heath Klein, Transportation Engineer. So yes, there has been I believe, a rezone for that, the southeast corner of Wadsworth Parkway and 108th Avenue. So I do know that they're proposing some light industrial, but I do not have those traffic numbers with me at this point.
Has that application ever moved forward beyond the land use change?
I do not recall seeing any ODP or site plan for that.
Okay. Eric?
No.
Good short answer. I know this happened before Councilor Smith joined us. There was an application for modification of a land use early 2019, as I recall, and it was already there, but we modified the use to allow a change in the density there. It basically allowed to put a restaurant in, and that application was approved by City Council early 2019, but as I just had confirmed, no one's ever applied to do anything with it.
Thank you. And then my last question is, you may mention that there will never be events larger than overflow needed for parking. in one of the comments, it said that that the request for permits for events with up to 275 attendees, sound system stage, and multiple porta potties. Is that one time a year? Is that I'm not quite understanding how you mentioned it wouldn't happen, but it refers.
As opposed as to pertains to the frequency, I'll let Lopan Rinpoche answer that. But I do want to be very clear that, and my apologies if it was a misunderstanding, is that there may be the potential for larger events to be held, always to be approved through the city's process for those special events. And I think it's worth mentioning that even if this land use amendment gets denied, Mr. Dorji would be within his rights to apply to have those events on his property, regardless of the outcome of this, or regardless of his land use.
And I'll add that anyone could apply for what's called a special events permit, and that's a right to any property owner for a large event, a celebration, or something of that nature.
So I'll let Lopan address the frequency of
That large event, for example, in the last 15 years, we had probably 3 times. And the last time when we had, it was July 6th, July 6th. And because there was two coincidences happened. The one, because there was so much suicide happening, or kind of like lots of shooting was happening. And as Buddhists, we want to contribute to do something, our own prayer. At the same time, there was such a great enlightened master who is equivalent to Dalai Lama was arriving in Colorado. And I have personally requested him, can you please do some sort of initiation or blessings for the Colorado people? So then we did kind of apply for the special event permit. Then it was denied because of our zoning was in process. So then in the last minute, what we had to do is we rent Hotel Myriad, and we spent $6,400 or so for the Hotel Myriad. And then in the lunchtime, that enlightened master, and he's around 70s senior, and we have 20 people try to have a lunch before the event. The event starts at 1 from Hotel Myriad. At lunch, we had in my place with 20 people. I guess, again, as I earlier said, there was a lot of misunderstanding and confusion. I guess that time, a lot of people from my neighbor got confused, thought maybe the actual event is happening with 20 people. That was just a lunchtime. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can also add that everyone does have a right to apply for the special exception for the event. That doesn't mean they necessarily get it. We do look at the impacts. We look at traffic. We look at noise. We look at odors. So we do have the discretion to deny those.
Ms. Saint?
So I have just a couple of questions that I want to clarify. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the ODP, the aggregate impact of traffic, will be looked at, and in Jefferson County will also be included in that study. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so it's actually not, for this stage, we just have a global view of traffic impacts. And when we get into the fine-grained detail, it is more appropriate at that ODP process.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My second question, again, goes to, I guess, relevancy. As you said, anyone can apply for a special permit license. Is that correct? Any of these neighbors could?
Any property owner, yes.
Yeah. But that's not one of the criterias. Whether or not people have applied for these in the past is not really a criteria that we're asked today to weigh this on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So my last question is also going to be on water. So I was a little confused by the answer earlier that tap fees are assessed solely by tap size. It had been my use that we do try to calculate the impact on our system and have them by use in addition to size. And so I am wondering if there is, and I don't know if Public Works and Utilities would be willing to answer this, but if there is it a negligible difference? Is it marginal? I was a little surprised by that answer, and perhaps that is my misunderstanding.
Eric, you want to try to take that one?
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Pro Tem cites in absence of Public Works and Utilities staff, we'll just come back to the permit that they pulled. The addition of one bathroom would be seen as negligible.
Right. Thank you.
And I mean, our understanding of their activities that they're proposing going forward would be a negligible water use.
Thank you so much. My last question again is for staff. I did notice the concerns Jefferson County stated, and I also believe Rocky Mountain Airport stated in regards to being in the critical fly zone. My understanding is staff's assessment is that although places of worship are actually not recommended within that critical fly zone, because this is 1,000 foot with a maximum occupancy of 45 attendees at a time, we feel that is not a meaningful impact or concern.
Yes, I would agree with that. With a maximum capacity of 45 people, it's like a small restaurant, which there are many of in the same area. The entire promenade area is actually under the critical zone.
Did I read it correctly that the RMMA, I believe is the abbreviation, is suggestions, it is not binding?
Correct, yes. It's mandatory compliance is not required.
Thank you very much.
All right, are there any other questions of council at this time? All right, seeing none, please have a seat, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very large stack. They've been given to me by the city clerk in the way that they've been filed with us. I will call each person by name. Please come forward at that time. And once I've called your name, we'll ask you please to come forward and do your testimony. Now, as our current rules require, we have to adjourn, after 4 hours. We started at 6:30. We have 30 minutes left, so at this point, I'm going to ask the council to pass a motion to continue the meeting, extend the hours. And based on the number of people I've got here, I'm going to have to go to at least midnight. That's for another 2 hours, or actually an hour and a half extension. So at this time, Mr. DeMott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we extend the meeting by an hour and a half.
Mr. Vols?
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion by council? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we will extend. Ladies and gentlemen, if we need to extend again, we will. We'll order breakfast if we need to. I would like to start with Cornelia Lang. And for the purpose of this, if I call your name, you do not need to re-identify yourself because I have all your data here.
Okay, yes, it is late at night. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm Cornelia Lang. People refer to me as Dr. Lang. I live in Boulder, Colorado part-time, and I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico the other time. I've known Lopin Rinpoche for 5 years. I have been with this Sangha for quite a while. He is a person of highest integrity. He helped with my mother, who was in a hospital on a respirator, or she was intubated for 2 years. He and his wife helped. I got to know them very well. I got to see the Boulder site, and then I got to see the move. What I want to thank the council is that in Councilor DeMott in acknowledging today. This is a very special day. The reason why this day was chosen is that this is the day 75 years ago that Auschwitz was liberated. This is important to me because my husband is Jewish. So I've seen a lot of strife around religion, having lived with him for 37 years living in New Mexico. You know, there have been some issues. What I wanted to address to the council are, it's a basic premise in Buddhism. We have in Tibetan Buddhism something called the Three Jewels, and it's the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. The Buddha, of course, you know, was born in 5th century BC. I'll use that term. In India, he was a renegade because he believed in equality. He did not believe in the caste system, so he taught everybody. He also believed in teaching people that had murdered people, so everybody who came to him, he taught. That second quality is called the Dharma. It's the teachings. So Lopan Rinpoche is very unusual in Colorado and in Westminster and actually in the West. We are very, very fortunate to have him. He is learned in the 4 schools of Tibetan Buddhism. That's very, very unusual to see. And he has completed what's the equivalent of the PhD. He has a lot of different activities. The third quality, or the third jewel that I wanted to talk about was the Sangha. And the Sangha is before you in the white scarves. The Sangha is considered to be a sacred entity in Buddhism. You see a lot of diversity in this Sangha. This is very unusual in Tibetan Buddhism. You do not see both Caucasian and Tibetans with the same Rinpoche. You'll see that we have a lot of Tibetans here tonight. They're very picky in who they associate with. So that's part of and they know his character. It saddened me to hear that there were a lot of character assassination statements that were made at the planning meeting, which I was not at. I would have addressed that. In Buddhism, we value honesty, integrity, altruism, compassion for all beings on the planet. That we call them sentient beings. So quite often you will see people praying for the animals in Australia right now. They will also pray for the animals in this community, the chickens and the horses. I'm a horsewoman. We are a country that's built on the freedom of religion. And our founding members of this country came over to escape religious persecution. The Tibetans that you see before you today in this meeting are the survivors of families that have had to quite literally crawl out of Tibet. Many, many died. As Rinpoche said, 100,000 survived this passage. Tupela, who's the mother of his children, her family crawled through the Himalayas, and they had such bad physical ailments that it was very hard, very, very hard on them. The Tibetans lived in India. Many of them have come here. There's called a diaspora. Some are in Switzerland, and we're just very, very fortunate to have the Tibetans here. You will have a testimony from Konchok, who is part of the Colorado Tibetan Association. The Colorado Tibetan Association brought in the Dalai Lama. I was one of the sponsors. I had the honor to do that. Rinpoche has been connected with the Dalai Lama since the Dalai Lama stopped in a procession and gave him a jewel when he was 5 or 6. So there is a connection there. Basically, we pray and meditate. There was some mention of the drums. When we do a puja, which is called a sadhana, we don't beat the drums for 2 hours at a time. It may be 15 minutes at the most. And that, of course, if it causes disturbances with the neighbors, I'm sure we could accommodate that. We have strived to treat others in the neighborhood with dignity and respect. That was not given to us on that July 6th meeting. You all have received a letter that I wrote about it that had much stronger language. If you haven't had a chance to read it, please do. If you want to talk to me about it, I'm willing to give you my phone number, because I think that honoring diversity in Westminster is very important, and I will be back here often to see, how we move forward with that. My personal phone number is 505-264-2341. You will see me at other meetings, and I look forward to how the city moves forward in embracing diversity in this wonderful city. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening to me. And we have, 79 more people? Okay. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak.
Meredith Abbott.
And I'm much shorter. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm a little bit nervous, so please excuse me if I stutter here a bit. But we do have this beautiful project proposed. I've been a member of this Buddhist church for almost 4 years now, and Girmay Dorji has helped me in so many ways. But I'm as a resident of Westminster and a Colorado native, growing up in Broomfield, and then just having moved back to Westminster to be closer to the church. I'm dismayed, but I know it's a minority attitude in the city, just from researching the website, your profiles, the mayor's interaction and involvement with diversity and inclusivity. I genuinely appreciate, but I do feel it necessary to clarify some misrepresentations from the opposition occurring since the April 2019 zoning meeting, and also in the November 2019 zoning meeting. So in the April 2019 zoning meeting, our minister, Girmay Dorji, was told by the opposition, "This may be okay in your culture, but you don't belong here." This statement was repeated twice. Since the April meetings, the neighbors directly north of the temple property and directly south of the temple property have engaged in at least 7 documented attempts to disrupt our religious services, including the July 6th incidents in which the police report has been submitted to you all for your review. This is very concerning, and at this point, after the July 6th, they continued incidents of extended honking, intimidation. One of our church members was followed in his vehicle and intimidated after one of our religious services. Also on July 6th, 2 of our members of our church had nails shot into their tires. It escalated to the point to where myself in particular and all of our church members were very concerned about not only for our safety, but for the safety of this community if this behavior of harassment and attempt to disrupt religious practice were allowed to continue. So I contacted city officials who directed me to Deputy Chief Todd Reeves. Todd Reeves met with our congregation in July 2019. He specifically instructed us to put together a timeline and submit videos documenting the harassment, which we did. He also instructed us that since the harassment incidents are intentional, he agreed it was harassment and stated his agreement. He also instructed us to report any further incidents of harassment which were intentional and directed at disrupting our religious services, which we did so. I hope that Girmay Dorji's mission of continuing and spreading love and compassion will allow us to partner with this city and partner with you as leaders of this city to create the community that will be thriving and accepting of all and protecting all of our civil rights. And I hope that future generations and the next generation does not have to get up in front of council and report these types of incidents of harassment. We look forward to your partnership and approval of our small 900 square foot existing property so we can continue our religious practice and contribute to improving this community in Westminster to make it truly inclusive. Thank you very much.
Kelly Holman.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here so late for us and giving us all this opportunity. I particularly wanted to thank the Westminster Police Department, who you may or may not recognize me, but I worked for half of the time I've lived in Colorado, 12 years. I currently live in Loveland, but I did spend 6 years of that time working in Westminster. And Deborah Cleo Wallace, and for those of you who may not know, you may count yourself lucky of why we would have needed to call police. But you guys have been there for us. You've saved my personal neck. I was an overnight supervisor, and I can only speak from my own experience, but they have protected me and countless hundreds of children in my care. So I have only wonderful things and gratitude to show all of you officers. Second of all, I would like to just tell a brief point of how I came to be here today. I have studied Buddhism for 30 years. Actually, the Dalai Lama, when he received the Nobel Peace Prize, a week after that, he gave a speech in San Jose to a crowd of thousands, the largest gathering ever in the United States of Buddhists. A week after he received that, I was there, and I made a commitment, along with everyone there, to work towards a peaceful solution. So the first thing I would like to say is I want to express my gratitude for all of you and all of the obstacles and all of the difficulty. We actually become stronger, and as a community, everything is woven together. None of us can do this alone. You can build townhomes, you can do a lot of things, but nothing can happen without a community there to support these people. And the reason that I ended up here at Mipam Shedra is not because I moved to Colorado thinking I will have no issue finding a lot of wonderful Buddhist centers. I actually have had many issues sometimes with just different religious groups, and I took many, many years before I joined Mipam Shedra, and the reason I did so was because I had observed from a distance for a few years before I completely felt at ease that I would be trusted and safe in that environment, not only with the teacher, but also in the actual traditional temple which he's building. Because we can go and sit anywhere and meditate, but our tradition involves preserving the culture of Tibetan Buddhism, which involves music and costumes and dance and drumming, all of which are the main parts that I missed, because I can sit in my house and meditate, but I cannot go anywhere and sit in a traditional painted temple. Like I visited 1995 in India at the temple of Pen Rinpoche, who's also Lopan Rinpoche's teacher, and he was there at that same time, 1995. And at that time, this very cloth was given to me from Pen Rinpoche. And in that way, we are all woven in this group today, here in this room, not by accident. So I wanted to just put this thought in your mind for 1 second. Everyone has heard about the Tibetans. But think of it like this. If you were all, everyone in this room, maybe it's 300 people total here. I don't know how many people are here. Pen Rinpoche, when he left Tibet, he came with a group of 300 people. So all of us, if we right now decided we're going to go across to Grand Junction and then hike to Mexico and then build a city where we will then welcome thousands and thousands of other people from Westminster, and we will be hiking across the mountains with the clothes we have on, maybe a couple horses, and that's it. And that bravery and that faith and devotion with which we received those teachings from these people who had no other goal other than what the Dalai Lama has, since that point in time, 30 years ago, made it his effort to imbue all of us with the sense of that common purpose that as human beings, we all are in this together, and we must find a way peacefully and honestly to move forward. So that's pretty much it. I wanted to thank all of you again for allowing us to practice in your midst. And I don't think you realize, but when we're there in your neighborhood, I'm a horse owner. I love your neighborhood. And we think of all of you when we're there practicing, because you are our people. We're in your midst. And I want you to know that we don't pray just for us and our family. You're all in our thoughts, as clearly as any of you are here. So thank you.
Aaron Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I was born and raised here and have lived here all my life. I retired 4 years ago as a national compliance manager for AT&T. I'm a member of my church, this Buddhist organization, Mifam Shedra. I volunteer weekly for Mifam Shedra. I've also physically worked on this small meditation center. I helped with some of the construction, renovation of it, and cleaned the center for our meetings. There seems to be some question on how Mifam Shedra is financially supported. In Christian churches, members are those who pledge to tithe a certain amount of money during the year. In our Buddhist organization, members are those who pledge to pay a certain donation for the year. In Christian churches, the collection plate is passed around and people donate as they will. Same in Mifam Shedra. We have a donation box. However, we also add a suggested amount so that if someone can't pay, they're not turned away. We never turn away someone from classes or meditation if they don't have any money. The Buddhist organization Mifam Shedra means a great deal to me. Coming together with the rest of my congregation also means a great deal to me. When we meet, our minister Gurmit Dorji instructs us, as you've heard, very effectively on improving ourselves, having love and compassion for others, and in Buddhist meditation. I would like to be able to continue to meet with my congregation in this small existing structure. In my neighborhood, there's a Baptist church 8 blocks away. There's a Krishna temple 5 blocks away, and there's a Catholic church 3 blocks away. This seems normal to me to have religious centers interspersed with other property uses and in residential areas. I would ask you to please allow the amendment to the existing PUD to allow for this small church with a maximum attendance of 45 people. Thank you.
Wade Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. There's some complicated legal nuances here, and there's 2 federal statutes that are mainly involved, but really what it comes down to is the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment or religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, also known as the Free Exercise Clause. Now that provision limiting the federal government has been applied to the states and to municipalities. I sent a letter through Mr. Lawrence, which he forwarded to the council and to the mayor. There's basically what happened here. As it's presently zoned, the zoning does not permit a religious assembly. And Mr. Otzelberger sent a letter August 22nd, and that was attached to my letter which I sent to the council, saying, well, as it's presently zoned, you can't have a religious assembly there. But Code enforcement's existing operational protocol on zoning violations is to postpone issuing a notice of violation provided the owner, responsible party, is actively working in good faith to bring their property into zoning compliance and there are no significant impacts to public health, safety, or welfare. So August 22nd, the city tells the minister, You can keep doing what you're doing because you've applied to change the zoning. There's no danger to health or safety, public welfare. Don't worry, we're not going to cite you. Now, it's my, I think, well-reasoned legal opinion that if the city had said to them, you can't have a religious assembly on your property because zoning won't allow it, that would be a violation of the free exercise clause of the Constitution of the United States. But that's not what happened. The city did not tell the minister he can't do it. That's not what happened. What did happen is a product of a particular little wrinkle in the Westminster Municipal Code. The Westminster Municipal Code, the zoning section, has a clause which says if a property is being used in a manner for which it's not zoned, then any property owner in the city can bring an action to abate the nuisance. If you're using your property in a manner which is not zoned for, it's a nuisance as defined under the code, and any property owner can bring an action to shut you down, to abate the nuisance. So Westminster didn't tell the minister, you got to stop. As I said, if Westminster had done that, I would say, gee, minister, you got a free exercise claim here. You know, you ought to think about the Federal Civil Rights Act, 42 United States Code 1983. That's why I mentioned I worked on that case for 6 years before we finally prevailed. But the city didn't do that. So what did happen? A neighbor to the north and a neighbor to the south said, well, we're going to take it upon ourselves to act as the zoning administration of Westminster because Westminster's not doing anything. They're not shutting you down. So the city code gives us the authority to do that. So litigation was filed in Jefferson County District Court in which the neighbor to the north and the neighbor to the south said the city code has empowered us to shut you down, to prevent you from exercising your religious rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Now, just a little aside here. Under the Federal Civil Rights Act, in order to hold a municipality, such as Westminster, in order to hold a municipality liable, the actions, the unconstitutional actions, have to be taken pursuant to some kind of policy. In other words, if there's just one particular violation, that's not a policy. But a municipal code is clearly a policy. The lead case is Monell. Clearly a policy under Monell. So, in the Jefferson County District Court case, in which I've had the pleasure and honor to represent the minister, I said, well, the city said, you don't have to worry, we're not going to cite you, we're not going to shut you down, but the neighbors to the north are invoking the code. This is kind of inconsistent. Plus which, if the city has, by its own code, empowered the neighbors to violate your civil rights, the city's on the hook for a civil rights violation. The Jefferson County District Court judge said, gee, Mr. Eldridge, you may be right. You can join the city of Westminster as a party to the litigation in Jefferson County, which is exactly what we did. And the due date for Westminster to answer that cross-claim, is what it's called legally, has not yet come. I've been in conversations with the attorney that Westminster has hired to represent the city on that claim. Now, I mentioned the Federal Civil Rights Act, 42 United States Code, Section 1983. And if a municipality has a policy to violate someone's rights, the municipality can be sued. We've already talked about the policy. What about the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act? Also mentioned in my letter, and you might recall, also attached in my letter was 10-page points from the Justice Department about ARLUPA. So that's a Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. I'm going to call it ARLUPA. What does it prohibit? It says you can't use zoning to impose a substantial burden upon the free exercise of religion. Well, you can do it, but what do you have to do if you're going to do that? If you're going to impose a substantial burden upon the free exercise of religion, you have to have a compelling state interest. You have to have a pretty darn good reason why you're doing it. And it has to be done in the least restrictive manner possible. That's right there in the federal law. You don't believe me on this? Talk to your own lawyers. Talk to the attorney that you've hired to represent the city on this claim. Okay, so let's evaluate this. Is there a substantial restriction on the minister's ability to exercise his religion? Well, you've got a city code which says we empower the neighbors to shut you down, to say you can't have any assemblies, to say you can't preach the Buddhist doctrine. You can't do it. There's no more substantial impairment of your religion than that. So yeah, that's a pretty substantial burden. Is it supported by a compelling state interest? Well, the Planning Commission of the City of Westminster said, we think the amendment should be granted to the ODP. We've considered the noise, we considered the possible dust, we considered the traffic, we considered the characteristics of the neighborhood, all that. By the Planning Commission, by the people that the city has empowered to make these determinations, they took all those factors into consideration and said, we think, yes, you should do it, you should amend the zoning, you should allow a religious assembly. That was the Planning Commission recommendation. Planning staff, thank you. Planning staff.
I think we figured out what he's saying.
Right, thank you very much. And thank you for correcting me. And then this council's, your own staff, said the same thing. Yes, we take all those things into consideration with the traffic, the noise, the dust, yes, we think the same thing. Amend the ODP and allow them to do it. So, to suggest how there's no possible compelling state interest to deny him the permit, to deny the change to the ODP when both the planning and your own staff have said yes, do it. So there's clearly not a compelling state interest. And there clearly is a substantial burden. So in my view, again, I'm an advocate, I'm a litigator, I'm his lawyer. But ask your own lawyers. Ask yourself. How can there possibly be a compelling interest when the city says he should do it, he should have it? Is it right? Is it fair? And is it legal to say we're empowering the neighbors to shut you down? I'd suggest it's not. And I mentioned that just in passing. I think it's worth considering. The Rocky Mountain Christian Church versus Boulder case, I mentioned it in my letter. Rocky Mountain Christian Church wanted to expand. Boulder wasn't having it. Rocky Mountain Christian Church sued. And not only did they get the permits that they wanted, they got $1.4 million in attorney's fees. Is there anything I've talked about? Do you have any questions about the application of the Federal Civil Rights Act? Do you have any questions about the application of our LUPA? And most importantly, it's not what I have to say. It's what you, ladies and gentlemen, think. It's what's in your hearts and your minds. If any of you have any reason to not support the amendment, please tell me why you wouldn't, and I'll try to address it.
Mr. Eldridge, if there's a question, we'll try to get to it. I'll get to your testimony as quick as you can.
That may have been inappropriate to ask.
That's all right.
If it was, I apologize.
Not a problem.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
You're welcome. I am apologizing in the beginning that I may butcher some of these names, but I will do the best I can. Sheila Benazi? I'll take that one. Thank you, Joe. There's number one I messed up.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you, and this is so complicated, everything you've done all evening. It's very impressive. And so I want to thank you very much, all of you, for listening. I'm here to support my church, the nonprofit organization Mipam Shedra, and my minister. It's important to me to be able to meet and meditate in our little 900 square foot church that was a garage before we had permission from Planning Commission staff to renovate it. I volunteered and worked on this renovation and also paid for the air conditioner there myself. It was my idea. We only seek for a zoning amendment to allow a small number of us to use this church. This group has greatly helped me personally deal with the devastating grief I felt when my husband of 50 years passed away in 2015. I participated in grief groups, True Hospice, all those things. I tried to get past losing my beloved partner of all that time. But somehow I just did not find a real way to deal with my grief until I found this wonderful Mipam Shedra group and its minister. This group and he have been truly helpful to me. They are a truly helpful religious community. We've in the past also heard testimony of young people who've lived through school shootings or suicides with their friends, and they've been helped. There have been many ways that many of us have been helped, and I'm usually very, very self-sufficient, and I've done a lot of things on my own, but this time I needed this group's help, and I appreciate it very much. I have attended a lot of Mipam Shedra events. Almost all of the ones I attended had 5 to 8 people in them. And a few classes that I was in, I counted, there were 17 or 18 attendees. And we met for short hours. The 8 to 5 people on Sundays were 2 hours, very quiet. When I drove in on the road, I obeyed the 5-mile-an-hour speed limit. I waved to people walking their dogs. They waved back. I was very careful. I didn't generate much dust. And I didn't see any other cars belaboring the little road. And I didn't have that problem. I didn't feel, use the bathroom. The bathroom isn't used much. We bring our own water containers. Try not to drink too much because when you get old, you have to go to the restroom a little too many times. I'm there, so we don't use the restroom or the water supply very much. We don't abuse the road. As I said, I've waved to several people walking dogs. I've been careful about chickens, and I've never seen anybody in our group be abusive to any of that. Now, I'm not there all the time, so I'm not saying it's perfect, but my experience of going there has been like that. I generally think people would find our meetings to be like Bible study groups they may have attended at each other's homes or in small rooms in their church. While there is a large group of Nepalis and many Tibetans, some of whom are my friends, that choose our minister over others because of his unique training, experience, kindness, integrity, and dependability, they do not generally come to our meditations at our church. Instead, they have meetings in their homes or at rented venues. I know some of them. I've gone to some of their events at various places in Boulder and Westminster. None of us has found another minister like our Mipam Shedra minister. It is because of Mipam Shedra that he can stay in this area and living very frugally help us all. He has also taught at the university, as he's mentioned. I even gave a joint talk with him at the public library in Boulder about Tibetan refugees because I have worked with them for 35 years in my free time. That's not my profession, but I've met many of them, so I know about their story too. I'm also very, very picky, like some other people mentioned, because I have known a lot of Tibetans, and I'm not necessarily a trusting person, but this group and this teacher have won my trust. And people have mentioned that since we're not planning a big assembly at our church, we are not worried about plane crashes, and we definitely don't worry about plane noise, and we would all be happy to sign any waiver. In conclusion, I just want to say that I'm a 76-year-old, almost 77-year-old retired woman who has lived next to a small, unpaved road in rural Plains, Boulder County for more than 40 years. I have spoken at hearings to protect my neighborhood and its little dirt road, so I was sympathetic at the Planning Commission meeting when I heard the distress in the voices of many who were frightened by our temple and our existence, and of many, and also I heard many things that were said that made me think that they were misinformed. I feel sad because I know that our group is not as some described us. Our small meetings won't create traffic, noise, or other problems. And if there is some problem, we would listen, because we truly do not want to make problems. We truly wish to be friendly and never cause stress or harm to anyone. And that's from my heart. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah.
And it was scary to drive here on 36. Thanks.
Margot Holmes.
Sorry, it took me a minute to get up here.
That's fine,
It
Ms.
is late. Hi, I am Margot Holmes, and I am a fifth-generation Coloradan. And I am here today to just put all kinds of support for Mifam Shedra. They are small. We are small. We are not anticipating wanting to be a mega church. This is not what people think of when they want to do a type of argument against building. We just want to be what we are, and we want our Rinpoche to be able to practice, and we want to learn from him. And so I think everybody has said everything I had on my papers today. You have a letter from me. I appreciate you being here so late, and I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lama Goin Dorgi.
I will be his translator. He doesn't speak English. Is that all right?
Mayor and council member and सहभागियों को सबको नमस्ते.
First, namaste or hello to all the people here, ladies and gentlemen.
मेरा नाम लामा ज्ञान दुर्जे. मैं नेपाल कम्युनिटी से हूँ.
My name is Lama Gyan Durje and I'm from Nepali communities.
और मैं गुरु के मिफाम क्षेत्र में 3 वर्ष से आबद्ध हूँ.
I've been involved in Mifam Shedra since 3 years.
और गुरु की आज्ञा से मैं नेपाली और हिंदी में नेपाली कमिटी और भुटिनीज कमिटी के साथ में बुद्ध धर्म संघ का कार्यक्रम करता हूँ.
I've been also offering under the guidance of me to helping for Nepali communities and Bhutanese communities, Bhutanese community.
और हमारे नेपाली और भुटिनीज कमिटियों को यहाँ पर टेम्पल नहीं है, इसलिए मिफाम क्षेत्र में टेम्पल बन जाएगा तो हम सबके लिए अच्छा हो जाएगा.
We don't have a temple like Mifam Shedra anywhere in Colorado for we Nepali and Bhutanese community, and if Mifam Shedra accomplish this temple, it will be a greatly beneficial for all of us.
और अंत में काउंसिल और इस सरकार ने इस मिफाम क्षेत्र में टेम्पल बनाने को इजाज़त दे और सहयोग करे, इसमें बहुत आभारी होऊंगा.
It will be very, very thankful if you council members, if you approve this Mifam Shedra temple.
और अंत में शांति का कामना करते हुए धन्यवाद.
In the end, be peace for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Gary?
Thank you. You got my name right. So good for you. I'd like to thank the mayor, city council members, the police, and everyone that's here tonight. A public process is often difficult, long, sometimes tedious, but all voices need to be heard, all sides need to be given respect. So I'm glad we can be here tonight together. Much of what I was going to say has already been said, so I won't belabor you with much of that. But I would like to comment on a few things that I've seen and tell a little of my story. I have been witness to and seen some harsh words and some hard things said, and I think some of those things and recounting some of them may make some of the people here tonight, or some who know them or they know, uncomfortable or even angry. What I'd like to say is I think much of this has come from a misunderstanding and maybe some confusion about what we want, a belief that I am here to support Mipam Shedra and this, I should be clear, and this petition. But I think part of this was simply a sense that this giant temple was going to be built in the middle of their bucolic landscape. Well, I guess if I lived in it, I might be a little worried too. So I think it's legitimate to be concerned. I don't think it's legitimate to act out. And I think perhaps we had some people who were led by others to act in ways that were irresponsible. Maybe they might regret it. I don't know, maybe they don't. But what I'd like to say, it would be nice if as neighbors we could put our hostilities aside and look at what we're asking tonight and move forward with that. I would hope that in the long run, this is the path towards decency and kindness. This is the path towards reasonableness that we can all embrace. It's a diverse country, it has diverse opinions, and that should be allowed. It was talked about earlier that there was some concern about the initial proposal being something like the Lao Temple. Well, I live further from the Lao Temple than most of the neighborhood does, and I can hear them, and I can see them, and I see them parking on the dirt road. And honestly, I think it's okay that they're worried. Given the scope of this request, that's just not going to happen. It wouldn't have happened had we had a temple built, but it's certainly not going to happen now. So I hope some of the folks here tonight will feel relieved that we're asking for much less than we originally did. Our intention is to stay with that, and I hope they'll take that to heart. A little bit about my story. About 15 years ago, my wife came home from an event, and any married man here knows the look she had on her face, which was simply one that would not be broached, no argument. I was simply to say yes. That was that my wife at the time found the man that she wanted to help her die. My wife had terminal breast cancer. She'd been to an event that Lopan Rinpoche was teaching at, and it happened to be a Buddhist funeral, in fact, and she pictured her own sakavati with him presenting. What was I going to say? Of course. That man was Girmed Dorje. I met him 15 years ago, and I have been a friend, we talk about being brothers, you know how brothers get along, but he has been my teacher and my minister this entire time. He never asked anything of us but to listen and take the Dharma to heart. He helped her die. He helped her die with some hope in her heart. Now, I'm not here to make you sorry for me. I am a blessed man. I married a beautiful woman once. I'm remarried to another beautiful woman. So I am particularly blessed. But what I want to do is help you understand the character of the man I've known for 15 years. He may not understand all our regulations all the time. In fact, most of us don't. He may not understand what's entirely okay or not, but he's new here, relatively new. This is enough of a complex puzzle to figure out when you're not. So what I can tell you is that this man is exceptional and deeply honest and filled with humility. And when he says he wants to do something for the benefit of all sentient beings, he means that. He is not talking about his own benefit. He is not talking about getting rich in some kind of sideways manner by having the audacity to charge. What he's talking about is finding a way to make his small church work and be funded, much like all churches do, and to do the good work of teaching the Dharma. And I would hope that everyone, if they wanted to come with an open heart, would find that's the truth too. And I know this to be true too. There have been hard things that have happened, and not always, not everyone. So some not so great stuff has happened. But I think if anybody who might have acted in a way that they may regret now came to him tonight sincerely looking for help, he would set all of that aside and open his arms to them. And I'm hoping that what we can have is an understanding where we can do that. And I hope you'll see this is a small ask. Heard about drums. Thank you, Councilor Smith. This is not some guy sitting with his trap set, practicing his jazz set for hours in a night. It's not a marching band walking up and down the lawn outside. It's some small handheld drums that are built, that are hit as a part of a religious ceremony. Not extensive, not super loud, but very important to the people who do it. I don't have much else to say, except that in a situation like this, where there are bruised feelings, hurt people, difficulty, strife, what this Sangha, what this church, what these people are after is understanding and peace and letting go of hatred, confusion, concern, misinformation, whatever you have in your heart that may make your life difficult and others' lives difficult. If we can all let go, we'll all be fine and we'll all be better. So what we'd like to do is be neighbors and be able to worship as we choose, quietly and unobtrusively. That's really what we're after here, and we hope that's what we can do. Thank you for your time.
Brian Gaffney.
Mayor Atchison and City Council members, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you tonight. I know it's really late. I know that people are getting tired, but I would like to just make a few brief statements. I've been a member of this church for 9 years. I've been attending this church and it's helped me with my depression and anxiety that comes up in everyday life. Mifam Chedra meets for public meditation along the Front Range in Denver, Boulder, and Longmont. This is a community service that all who wish to attend can. Mifam Chedra will continue to offer these public meditations indefinitely. Now, I just want to reiterate a few statements. I'll be very brief. The City Council, to the best of my knowledge, will be deliberating with regard specifically to the small building, a 900 square feet building, to be made into a church by remodeling an existing 10-year-old garage. The maximum capacity of this church is going to be 45 people. Addressing some of the planned and scheduled events for this church are as follows. Classroom instruction with a 30-minute meditation session once a week from 6 to 8 p.m. with about 8 to 10 people attending. Prayer meetings only 3 times a month from 6 to 8:30 p.m. with 8 to 10 people attending. Special prayer days 4 times a year, each 2 hours long with 10 to 13 people attending. Retreats. This year we're changing, I believe, our venue, and we're meeting only 4 times a year on Saturdays and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. with about 15 to maybe 20 people attending. That's one of our largest attending events. Finally, once a year, as you've asked, MIPHAM Shedra will sponsor a prestigious Tibetan leader to address, teach, and confer blessings to the event attendees. The maximum number of people allowed to attend will be 45 people. Last year, a change of venue was made to the Westminster Marriott Hotel in order to accommodate a larger audience. In summary, this meeting determines the outcome of a small church, 900 square feet. It is situated on a 6-acre plot, and the nearest neighbor is at least 100 feet away. The maximum capacity of the church, as stated, is 45 people. Church usage would generally be twice a week, occasionally 3 times, with 8 to 10 people attending. Church events are also available by webinar. That's a teleconferencing application. In conclusion, City Council members, please vote yes on this PDP amendment, thereby allowing the members of MIPHAM Shedra to practice and engage in their religious freedoms. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the Council's member attention.
Sonam Sherpa.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for the patience. My name is Sonam Sherpa, and I'm originated from Nepal, and I'm here on behalf of my Sherpa community in Colorado. So, Colorado to speak about how Lopen Rinpoche has been actively helping our community when we need. He helping us with leading Buddhist prayer service and helping our community during a tragedy event such as death and depressions. And through his teaching, we are able to practice major tenets of Buddhism such as love, compassion, and empathy. So finally, the Lopen Laws Buddhist Meditation Center in Westminster enrich many in Westminster and surrounded area. And I humbly request the Westminster City Council member to allow continuations of this Buddhist Meditation Center. Thank you very much.
Joe Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council members, staff. My name is Joe Stone, and I live at 5125 West 109th Circle in Westminster. I am a director at a national nonprofit and a local small business owner, and have been involved in ministry since graduating from the Isla School of Theology in 2009. And some of my colleagues are here tonight. And I've been one of the organizers for MIPHAM Shedra surrounding these zoning issues these last many months. And I've become intimately versed with terms like PDP and ODP and PUD, and I never thought I would have to learn that in my life. And I have great respect for the difficult decisions that the City Council and the staff are tasked with making. We're hearing and are going to hear a lot more passion today. There's passion because the city is growing and changing and adjusting to a more diverse Westminster. Diversity and inclusion is a high priority for Westminster. And it's one of the reasons that I love living here and raising my family here. A more diverse world is the world that our children will inherit. In March of 2017, Westminster was given a Cultural Diversity Award by the National League of Cities for its work in the creation of a new inclusivity board in 2016. Thanks to Chair Justin Davis and City Council Liaison Dave DeMott for working on this very important committee. On the city's Building a Website or a Welcoming Community webpage, it states, as a city, we look to our residents for guidance and support on being a more welcoming and inclusive community. Mifam Shedra is exactly that kind of community. And we would love to be included in providing the city with guidance and support on being a more welcoming and inclusive community, and to help in creating room for everyone. We are neighbors, not adversaries. We are all working towards the same goal of a better Westminster. And communities are built on compromise. And we look to our elected leadership for reasonable answers to complex questions and helping us find our common ground. And we firmly believe that our simple structure is a reasonable answer that fulfills our needs while maintaining and contributing to the unique character of the neighborhood while bringing great value to the city. And I know that value firsthand. I found Mifam Shedra while searching for classes on meditation for my daughter and myself. And when tragedy struck our family, Mifam Shedra and Lapan Rinpoche were invaluable to our healing and sense of community. And I want others in this community to discover this valued part of our city as well. And I ask that the City Council approve what the city planning staff has already recommended, and that we move forward with the amendment to the PDP that includes church land use. And I thank you very much for your time.
Going Pandan? Okay, thank you. Marina Chrisman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council people. Thank you, staff. I don't want to reiterate some of the fine things I've heard already, but when my twin granddaughters were 8 years old, their father died of cancer. The Rinpoche, even though we are a Christian family and my daughter is a Lutheran minister, they found great comfort, great solace, and great healing through meetings with the Rinpoche for my son-in-law as he was passing. And at present, my granddaughters are now in the 8th grade. Their 8th grade receives instruction from the Rinpoche via webinar. And these kids, you don't have to be a member of Mifam Shedra, which I'm not, but to benefit. And it seems that each one of these kids, through receiving instruction, becomes a better human being. And yesterday's Denver Post had a large story about the state of strife that our young people are in today, that the suicides, the difficulties, the mental health issues among our teenagers, and how it's a societal problem in the Denver area. And I believe that this kind of presence within our community can only do good. It can only grow. And other than that, I'm a professional urban planner, and my specialty is environmental impact. And almost all the work I do, although I'm a Coloradan, I telecommute to California and I work strongly with CEQA. And if I were to look at this from an environmental impact point of view, I don't see any. And something that wasn't mentioned tonight, I had tea with the Rinpoche a couple of weeks ago. I printed myself a little map from Google Earth, and I came down Old Wadsworth. The Rinpoche's property is within 466 yards of Old Wadsworth, which is a major arterial in the city of Westminster. They don't need to be driving from the other directions. You can reach it from the north, south, east, and west via Old Wadsworth. And on the north side of 106th Street, there are 4 properties. That's what they pass. On the south side, there are 6 or 7 properties. That's what they pass from the Rinpoche's property to the intersection of Old Wadsworth and 106th Street. So it seems to me it's a very easy traffic solution. And also, something we consider in environmental impacts are views, view blockage, appearance of things. And this property sits about 10 feet in elevation below the grade of 106th Street. It also sits 20 feet below the grade of the goat cheese property directly to the north, which sits a bit on a knoll. So when you're down low, the relative height of a structure is even less. So they're 30 foot high to the very top of it, 30 feet to the very top of it. It's a pretty demure structure, especially when viewed from the property to the north and when viewed from the street, and the fact that there's going to be landscaping around it. But in terms of air emissions, noise, water quality, public services demand, I'm trying to think of some other environmental issues. Parking, there's substantial parking on it, and even if they did have a bit of overflow with their parking lot, they have a long driveway, so there'd be additional parking along that long driveway. So everything else I said has pretty much been touched tonight. So thank you for your time. This is a tough process. I appreciate your patience, and thank you for hearing us out. Thank you.
Jennifer Forker. Since I can't see if there's people moving around outside, Jennifer Forker. Jennifer Forker. Yeah, I think I see someone coming.
I think she had to leave.
Okay, thank you. Dan Matofik.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity, councilmen and women. I am so grateful that we have the opportunity tonight to come together to practice and strengthen the principles that this great country was founded on. I would also like to take this opportunity to remember why heroic men and women have given their lives and continue to give their lives to protect the principles that these United States were founded on: life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and the freedom to practice the faith you believe in. I, for one, believe, as our forefathers did, that all people have the inalienable right to practice the faith they believe in and to have freedom from religious persecution in all its forms. We need to decide, as a people, what values we believe in and what values we want to fight for, and if we want to be on the right side of history. I support Mifam Shedra and Rinpoche. Thank you very much for your time.
Justin Daturi.
Good evening. So I'm here as a person of faith and as a lawyer. My faith is Buddhism. I often say that being a lawyer is kind of the front, and what's really builds my life is my Buddhist faith, which I've been involved in for 40 years. And I put a lot of time and effort into the study of that. And I first met Lopan Rechung Rinpoche, like 16, 17 years ago when he was brought to Boulder to start to work on building a Buddhist seminary. And I've followed him over the years. And I've had the opportunity to work with him as a lawyer, and one of the things I do as a lawyer is counsel nonprofits and churches. And so I'm going to let you know, Mipam Shedra is a nonprofit organization, and it is recognized as a church by the Internal Revenue Service. I went through the process of assuring that. So it's more than just a 501c3, but it has also been recognized as a church. I think I was asked to say something because there's some concern that maybe Mipam Shedra is some sort of for-profit organization, and I would assure you that it is not. Profit by the state of Colorado. And listening to everyone this evening, I would also say it's being able to have Mipam Shedra here in Westminster is actually going to be tremendous value for this city and this community overall. Mipam it's a Tibetan word that means invincible. And I was just looking it up. There's a notion of there was the Buddha of this age, and then there's going to be the Buddha of the future. And one of the epithets of the Buddha of the future is invincible, Mipam. Shedra is a traditional word in Tibet for Buddhist centers of learning, for study of the Buddhist teaching, the Buddhist gospel. So here you have the invincible future of the Buddhist religion here in your community of Westminster. And it is a nonprofit, so thank you very much.
Gordon Browning.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor. My name is Gordon Browning. I live at 10355 Dover Street. It's just a stone's throw from the property in question. I'm from Colorado. I've lived here my entire life. I've been a member of Mipam Shedra for 8 years. In that time, I've volunteered to do everything from construction to bookkeeping, countless hours over that time. I'm also the drummer, which is a hot topic in question. I can assure you, in all the time for these 8 years, we have these ceremonies for 2 hours, 3 times a month, and the drum is only played sporadically, very professionally, very well, for only a few moments, and then it goes back to silence, and then drumming for a few more minutes. Over the course of a month, probably 5 or 10 minutes total of actual drumming noise between all those rituals. I'm here to present a petition that we circulated to residents of Colorado and Westminster. We had over 600 signatures, 50 people from Westminster, who all agreed that diversity is an important value to them as a Coloradan, and that specifically they want to see Mipam Shedra offering meditation classes and teachings on the philosophy of Tibetan Buddhism in their community, and that they value it, and that they encourage you to sign this amendment. I'll hand...
They gave us the city clerk, please.
So that's really all I'm here to say is that Mifam Shedra is a valuable part of a diverse community. It's something that I've never seen really anywhere else. I've been all around the country. It's very hard to find a Tibetan Buddhist meditation center with a resident teacher who has the pedigree that Lopan Rinpoche has. It's something that, it's a place where people come to learn how to be more peaceful and more compassionate. And that's pretty much it. We sit in silence, relative silence for 2 hours, try to be better people. It's boring, but we feel that it's worthwhile and valuable for us to spend so much time on. And ultimately, I think it's the kind of thing that turns a city or a collection of homes into an actual community. I've met people in the Sherpa community, the Nepali community that I never would have otherwise. Become good friends with them. I've become friends with people decades older than myself who I don't really have anything in common with other than our shared interest and passion for Tibetan Buddhism. So I personally would love to stay in this community. I've been living here for 3 years. I'd love to be a permanent fixture and contribute to the quality of our community by participating in the activities at Mifam Shedra. And I wholeheartedly encourage you to support our amendment. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for a short bio. So please stretch your legs if you need to. We'll be back in a few minutes. Please. All right, just to be sure that we are all on the same page, we will be back. We're going to extend till 2 a.m. At 2 a.m., we're going to recess until 6:30 tomorrow night. We will restart. If you have testified, or if you get to the point where you testify tonight, you will not be retestifying tomorrow night. And there will be no new ads to prolong it. If you're in the mix, you're in the mix. So don't try to recruit another big bunch to come tomorrow night, because they're not going to get to talk. And again, I appreciate your patience and your understanding. We're going to get through this together, all of us, and we will come to a conclusion hopefully tomorrow night. But whatever you do when you leave here tonight, please, please be safe going home. I want everyone who wants to come back to be able to come back. So at this time, Council, I would entertain a motion for a new extension to take us until 2 a.m. Mr. DeMott?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to move us to 3 a.m.
Second.
3 a.m. or 2? 3? Okay, 3.
Second.
Ms. Smith? Okay, we can go to 3 a.m. I don't know if I can make it that long, but we have that much flexibility. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Wait,
Go ahead.
Yeah, discussion real quick. I have a counter proposal. I apologize. As some of you know, I have some stuff going on in my family life that's prevented me from sleeping. I would really prefer a 2 o'clock end date if at all possible, or at least we could revisit it at 2 o'clock and see if we could extend it for another hour. But I feel everybody deserves me to be making a fully conscious and competent decision, and I'm prepared. I would be concerned if I wait till 3 o'clock. I would not be able to do that. So I guess I'd ask my colleagues' indulgence for a friendly amendment to 2.
Mr. DeMont?
My question is, what would the start time be?
6:30.
Like I said, I have a conflict, so I would like to be here. We've sat through this. I think that I have some value to bring to the vote once we get there, so why 6:30?
Well, I picked that so we have time to get everybody home from work and give people here time to get their meals and stuff before they come in. There's nothing magic about it. We could go to 7, but that's just going to make the night longer.
I'll entertain till 2.
All right, so we have a exception. Ms. Smith, I think you were the second.
Yes.
And
Are
you
we
also-
are we able to? Are you willing to entertain it at 2 a.m. for a 3? Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to extend to, right now, 2 a.m. at a minimum? Everybody all right with that? All right, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are extended till 2 a.m., and then we'll readdress it. All right, Mr. John Burris, you're up next.
Good evening, not quite good morning. Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, I'm in support of Mipam Shedra. My background is I've been in Colorado for 45 years and have lived in Boulder County for 45 years. I've got 3 adult sons who all live in Boulder County, and I've been studying with Mipam Shedra for 7 years. And I was raised Roman Catholic, and my dad was a good Southern Baptist boy. And kind of my angle from tonight is just on a sense of personal responsibility. I was raised in a military family. My dad was career Navy, and he died when I was 11. And we were overseas at the time, and my mother's choice was to have my father buried at Arlington. And Arlington's an impressive place. I mean, it's truly impressive. And my mom died about 20 years later, and I had her body cremated and her ashes interred in his grave. And at that time, I was in contact with the Arlington authorities, and there was a plot for my mom and a plot for me adjacent to my father. And I chose to give those plots up for active military personnel who would die, not my mom or me. And my dad, his rural South, 8th grade education, he was a master chief in the Navy. And he joined the Navy 2 reasons. One was to escape poverty, and the other was to serve his country. All 4 of my grandparents are immigrants. Guillermo Dorje is my teacher and my minister, but he's also my friend. And in that friendship, his choosing to become an American citizen, I just see my own family situation on how they were able to establish a life here. So with my parents at Arlington, and the last time I visited, I mean, it's almost overwhelming, truly overwhelming. All these people, on some level, were just like my dad. At their heart, they were serving their country. And the values of our country are being represented here inside of the laws of Westminster in your own understanding. So my point is just to remember those values that so many have upheld and come from that spot when you look at all this information from all of us here. So that's it. Thank you very much.
James Myers.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'll try to be real brief. I've organized it in bullet points given the lateness of the day. So you've heard from people who have articulated the degree to which we're in compliance with the various 10 standards that I understand comprise the Westminster Municipal Code. So I won't go into any of that planning detail. I don't have that background. So I'm a Boulder citizen, I'm a business guy, a finance investment professional, I pay attention to detail, and what I bring, a value that might be different than some, is that I've known Gurmeet Dorje for 13 years, roughly. I met him as a consequence of my parents having passed away unexpectedly, and in one case kind of tragically in a short span of time. And he provided a lot of guidance and a lot of support, and thereafter I became a member of MIPAM Shedra and a friend, and ultimately a board member and contributor. What I think I can add that might be different is an assurance that as it relates to, for example, the 10th standard that I understand has to be complied with, which has to do with not being in default. Clearly, MIPAM Shedra is not in default presently, and there's a desire to always remain in compliance. But what I would suggest that's been a point that some people had disputed in the last meeting. Some people naturally question, people's integrity. And so what I can suggest is that I've followed very closely both MIPAM Shedra and Gurmeet Dorje over 13 years. And I can suggest that as it relates to his quest to become a citizen, for example, that I had no idea the difficulty associated with becoming a citizen, and I can say that there are probably opportunities that some people take advantage of the system, but I was privy to some of that process and observed that in our case, all the I's and all the T's were dotted very appropriately. Secondly, some people have referred to our Sangha or our organization or church as having a presence in Boulder, and we did have a long-term presence in Boulder, and I'd like to hold out the reality that our temple complied with all the fire codes. We rented some commercial space in a sort of a third-tier kind of retail mall in Boulder, where of course there were commercial code restrictions and fire code restrictions and financial obligations, and all of which were met perfectly in the context of that period of time, which may have been 5 or 6 or 7 years. I can't recall how long we rented that space. So in conclusion, I would say that you're dealing with people of high integrity and people who want to comply with your requirements, and certainly we have every intention of doing that. And then the second brief topic I'll just hit on briefly is that I do suspect that the organization can contribute something from an economic point of view to the city of Westminster, in the sense that, for example, you're aware that there was an event that was attended by 500 people or so that took place at the Marriott on Church, I don't know if it's Church Road or Church Boulevard, but here in Westminster. And that kind of event, I would anticipate that potentially taking place in the future. In addition to which, like I take advantage of Westminster's services to a degree I didn't used to as a consequence of my now coming here more frequently than I used to. And I suspect the same thing is true for others. So I don't see anything. Of course, I understand the neighbors' concerns and so forth, but I do think that from your point of view, the likelihood is that we would very willingly and subscribe and comply with any of the requirements that you may have. So I hope you'll consider those thoughts and give us a chance to practice in the way that we're used to, which is a small gathering typically, as you've come to know. So I guess that's it from my point of view, and I appreciate your time.
Ms. Karen Calavity, she spoke at the public comment period, but I think she signed up for both. Okay. Olga Manel.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm speaking today to ask that the Council please allow excuse me, for a religious use to be added to the current zoning so that Mifam Shedra students may continue our meditation practice in their remodeled garage. This is a small place, a space which could be compared to a small yoga room, and it may seem very humble in size, but in fact it's enormous in its importance to our continued practice. Mifam Shedra is my sanctuary, it is my church, and our teacher, Lopon Rinpoche's meditation instructions has made a huge impact in my life. Mifam Shedra has healed my heart, when I had so much anxiety and fear as a newly single mother of 2 girls.
Okay, ma'am, take your time.
Sorry. I'm really nervous, I'm sorry. But I just want to give you an idea of how much Lopon Rinpoche means to me and my family. And for over 2 years, I found help when I was going through in that time, 3 years ago, and I found help through counseling to face the stresses of life. And yes, counseling helped, but it wasn't until I was introduced to the practice of meditation that I found a depth of peace and self-confidence that I never found in counseling. This place is where my husband and I, William Gabler, now found common ground in a sanctuary to learn how to be better for each other and better parents to our daughters. And as the Dalai Lama once said, the goal is not to be better than anyone else, but my previous self. And today I am better than my previous self because of this practice. And I'm a better human being, a better mother, and a better partner than I was before I found this community. And I humbly request to the council members here today to allow us to lawfully continue to practice in this temple, in this humble temple. And I hope your hearts can be open and can hear our plea to allow us to continue our practice in this location. Our community has nowhere else to call home. Thank you.
Kristen Irby.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Irby, and I live in the Greenway Park neighborhood. My children and foster children attended Stanley Lake High School, Mandalay Middle School, and Ryan Elementary, and 2 of them now attend Front Range in Westminster. I've lived in Westminster for 12 years, and in my work, I serve Westminster children and families. I'm here to support my church and minister today, not just because they're so valuable to me, but because I believe in religious freedom, diversity, and inclusion. I've seen this community accept and celebrate my son, Silas, who was in Stanley Lake High School's Gay-Straight Alliance. They didn't just accept him, but they celebrated him there. I've seen community members embrace my autistic foster son without judgment when he had a scary meltdown in Target. And part of what I love so much about Westminster is this city's commitment to diversity and inclusion, a commitment that is also the goal of my church and minister. My congregation and I are committed to acceptance, to peace, to respect, and to love for all sentient beings. Diversity is such a big part of why I love living in Westminster, and I ask that you please allow us to meet and approve this building use. Thanks.
Angela Terry.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council people. My name is Angela Terry, and I have to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow and go teach and work with 150 children. I'm a teacher in Adams 12 School District. I will be there from 7 a.m. usually till 4:30 or 5. I might be teaching your children. All children matter to me. When Mifam Shedra bought the property at Jajinger Villas, I said, I want to volunteer and help with the garden. I've worked in over 100 gardens across Denver, helping people grow food to contribute to those who are hungry. We got out there with our shovels, and our Rinpoche got out there, our minister, with a pickaxe, which I didn't want to tell him that was too much. And it was a sorry lot, clay, solid, and we worked hard all day. And at the end of the day, I said, we're not going to get much to grow in this. And then these wonderful people came over with a truck full of manure and their tractor, and they turned it into a place that we could grow beautiful things in. I was so grateful to you, and I still am. I'm a farmer. And I also teach children about growing food and love. I teach in an international baccalaureate school. Our focus is on the interdependence of humans in this very small world. I'm really sad that I don't know any of your names. I want to know you. I'd like to know if you'd let me get your manure and help our garden again. I don't feel like I can tell you anything about me. And maybe you don't know anything about us, and we don't know anything about you. My kids would be embarrassed if they saw grown-ups acting like this. We're trying to build a world that is changing. My school is also a magnet school for the emotionally and behavioral disturbed children in Adams County. So it's not a normal school that I'm going to tomorrow. It's not. Out of the 430 children I teach, there's 4 I don't know how to handle. I like compromise, and I love humanity. I'm really grateful you're here tonight. I wish I could stay until 2 or 3. I'm not sure how nice I'll be tomorrow. And it matters. I pray every morning. When I get up, I pray when I drive to school that my school is protected from people coming in to shoot it. Our children, we practice lockdowns every 2 months. That means I have to sit with your kids and your kids in a room until police officers say it's safe for you to open the door. At our last lockdown, a first grader said, "Miss Terry, can I ask you a question?" I said, "Yeah." I always cry when we have to do these lockdowns too. They're scary. He said, "Will you die for us?" I said, "Yes, but I don't want to have to. So don't talk. Let's do this right." I take my religion into my school every day. I pray. And it might sound ridiculous, but I say, please don't let anything bad happen to my kids. I need my church. I haven't been able to go since November. And yeah, I can pray, but everybody knows that when 2 or more people get together, it's more powerful. I don't get mad easily, and I got really mad that I don't have a church to go to. And yes, I can pray, and I am well known in many churches in Denver because I've helped create gardens and done volunteer work. Platt Park Church, Restoration Church, Light of Christ Church. I don't care what the religion is. We're all people. So I really pray that I get to know your names. And I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that this is happening. We are a small church. I'm embarrassed sometimes that there's only 5 people at our services. I've wanted to tell my Sangha that. I'm mad. My minister is probably not going to be happy with me. But I'm mad that sometimes there's only 5 of us. I got to be honest, I'm embarrassed. My husband went to Christmas Eve service at the Immaculate Basilica downtown in Denver. 1,500 people attended Christmas Eve. Was there a parking lot? No. He had to walk 4 or 5 blocks to get to church. We're talking about a small group of people who get together and pray. I'm embarrassed. I wish my kids could be here to watch this process. And I hope that they could also see how we are going to work this out. Peace and reconciliation, and figure it out. There's no reason we can't have our church and be peaceful with our neighbors. Thank you for your time. I really, really am grateful.
Manuel Corvarovas, and I probably butchered the last one. I thought he was, but I just want to make sure. Barbara Gardelin. Last name is Gardalen. First name Barbara. I'm sorry, I can't see any movement outside the window because of the glare coming back. So I don't know if there's someone coming or not. Okay. And Sylvia with the same last name. Bill, I recognize from testifying earlier. Craig Mallory. It's MOWRY. Dennis Shea. Here he comes.
I didn't expect to be called up outside. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name is Dennis Shea. I've lived for 17 years with my wife and son at 8444 West 106th Avenue, southwest part of the neighborhood. I'm a lifelong resident of Westminster, a business owner for 30 years, an employer, a taxpayer, and my family and I stand in opposition to this land use change. Mr. Dorji and I share a similar life experience in regards to our businesses in this neighborhood. We purchased our 1 acre property in 2002 with the intent of operating a small tree service company. With the nearby neighbor's blessing, we operated for 10 years, but as the business grew, I knew we were disrupting our neighbors' lives and operating outside the zoning allowance and needed a commercial property for our business. Never did I consider lobbying the city for a zoning change. In September 2012, we got a letter from Westminster Code Enforcement giving us 30 days to move our operation. Mr. Dorji purchased his property in 2017 with the intent to operate, centralize, and expand his business. Proper due diligence for a land purchase of that size, about $850,000, should require confirmation of the intended business-related land use compatibility with the zoning before the sale, or you risk being disallowed. We can only assume Mr. Dorji was ill-advised, unaware of the zoning ordinance, or aware but strangely confident that a city like Westminster would bend to his request for a zoning change. Why would a sentient being with consciousness and awareness like Mr. Dorji risk his investment and the stability of his business to this possibility? The same reason I did. Home-based businesses are economical and convenient. You pay no rent and your office is 30 feet away. The intent is purely selfish. The difference between Mr. Dorji and myself is I wish to comply, follow the rule of law, and live peacefully within my community. Mr. Dorji disregards the rule of law, the impact of his actions on his neighbors, and demands special treatment from a government entity. I was kicked out of our neighborhood for violating the zoning. Mr. Dorji is appearing to be helped by the city planning department. Is a meditation center serving 500 parishioners more valuable to the community than a tree service improving the properties and lives of 1,500 local customers a year? When the code enforcement letter arrived that day, kicking our business out of the neighborhood, I made a choice. I decided I was not a victim. I got lemons, so I'm going to make some lemonade. And I would not be vindictive, hateful, or vengeful to the neighbors that turned me in. I set out to find a home for our company, believing that this change, although a hardship to our business, was the right thing. Soon after, we bought the perfect commercial property for us, where we have increased our sales by 250% in 5 years. While going through that process, I relied on the wisdom from an old song we all know. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. For my business to stay in the neighborhood, annoying the neighbors, fighting for a zoning change would have been rowing my boat up the stream. Mr. Dorji has many wonderful supporters, as evidenced by the many letters of support and attendees here tonight, and they will say denying his business operations at this site precludes them from practicing their meditation. Nothing could be further from the truth. His business has 3 other locations. Current active locations, meeting in Denver, Boulder, and Longmont. A leader like Mr. Dorji does not require a specific brick and mortar location. His followers will go anywhere for his help. Mother Teresa was asked to attend an anti-war rally. She declined. When asked why, she replied, "When you have a pro-peace rally, I will come." This community is not full of Mother Teresas. But we are not anti-temple, anti-meditation, or anti-Buddhism. We are pro-compatibility, pro-R1 zoning, pro-respectful neighbor, and pro-quiet enjoyment. Council members, your decision on this matter will not make everybody happy. You guys know that, like you do this all the time. As an employer, I cannot have two sets of rules for my people. It sends a bad message and a bad precedent. It ruins morale, and the business culture always has negative consequences. If you allow this land use, you will be creating two sets of rules. It requires courage to make the right decision in the face of possible litigation, public scrutiny, and the risk of being perceived as not politically correct. The choice is yours to make. Mr. Dorji, I will speak for this community, and I will ask you two simple things. If you have mind to, please stay in our community, raise your family, walk your dog, ride your bike, stop and chat, raise a few chickens, but please turn your boat and row down the stream. It's much easier. There's a perfect commercial property out there for you and your followers. Once there, your business will follow. Thank you.
Jose Alvarado.
Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak in City Council. I had this speech I was going to make, but after what I heard, I think I'm just going to speak on what he has said.
Sir, turn around and speak to the mic so we can.
I had something written today, but I just want to comment on what he just said. Yes, there can be many locations that our Rinpoche can attend his meditation in Boulder, in Denver, Westminster, which he is doing. Okay, those meditation centers or classes are for those sectors, for those people in those areas that cannot go to Westminster. Okay, so he's spreading his wings out to the whole Colorado, so to speak, to the community. Yes, he can attend, and he is, but what he's asking is for a stable place, a church, a main structured church, unmovable, a foundation like a mason stone, set and unmovable, where all his congregation members, friends, and people can come and congregate. Just like anyone has a right to have their own church in an establishment. So that's all he's asking for. Yes, he can go anywhere he wants, and he's doing that. But he wants to establish something more concrete so people can see the real beauty of Tibetan Buddhism. And though this man speaks of him being a lumber and what's the value, you cannot compare a human soul, okay? The benefit of benefiting a human soul from depression and dying to cutting trees down or doing landscaping. Yes, we pray to all sentient beings that they may benefit and be happy. And I don't know if a tree is a sentient being. It probably is, but he's saying that his work is more valuable than what my minister is, and I don't agree with that. I think reaching to a soul is more important than cutting down a tree. This picture, everybody sees this picture. You've probably seen this picture, but don't know who this man is. Maybe in the internet. This is the Dalai Lama. He's a spiritual leader of the Tibetan Buddhism and a Tibetan political leader who has strived to make Tibet an independent and democratic state from China. He and many Tibetans were exiled to India and now refugees of India. The Dalai Lama has conducted hundreds of conferences, lectures, and workshops worldwide as part of his humanitarian efforts. His message is always one of peace and compassion for the people all over the world. In 1989, the Dalai Lama was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for the liberation of Tibet and his concern for global environmental problems. He is of an unbroken lineage of the Buddha of India, which our minister, I don't normally call him Dorji, but we'll call him Dorji today, is also an accomplished successor with the same message of love and compassion that the Buddha. He is in that direct lineage, just like the Pope is in lineage to St. Peter. With Mr. Dorji's instructional classes of meditation, my family and I have been experiencing many spiritual benefits that are visible within our community. We are learning not to be caught up in ourselves, but to extend ourselves for the benefit of all sentient beings. This is the core teaching of the Buddha. I would like to ask you to please allow us to continue to express this love towards our community by allowing our church to remain open to the community so we can continue to learn how to express our true nature of generosity. Just generosity that will be extended to all without selective preferences. To be for or against is the mind's worst dis-ease. For you love one and you hate the other. True love and compassion is unconditional, full of equanimity. Such duality must be liberated from our minds so that our true nature of the mind can express itself. This true nature is the acceptance of all phenomena as primarily enlightened and codependent. For I am for you, or for I am for this, and I am against that. In the middle of for and against is the I or me. Eliminate the I, and there will be only you. You who are primarily enlightened and full of love and compassion. This is what we are about and what our minister is showing us through his actions. So I ask you to allow this temple or this church to continue. And I thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
Erica Wild.
Thank you. Yes, I'm been a American Buddhist for 50 years, and I'd ask you to please support the amendment for Mipam Shedra. Thank you very much.
Concho Tenson. He's coming. I got it. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Concho Tenzin, and I'm here because I love my religion, and I practice my religion, and I respect other religions. September 11, 2017, my youngest son, somebody drive through and they hit and run, killed there. And first I was very, very, very sad. And what am I going to do? So that moment, I thought His Holiness Dalai Lama always teach peace and compassion and forgiveness to other person. So that's I did with forgiveness to the other person who did that. And I had a lot of people support me in that 49 days. Close to 10,000 people show up at my house in prayer, and a lot of people show their love to us, but helps, but not help that what we need, what we went through with the sadness. So, Mephan Sheda, Robert Richung, he show up 7 weeks every Sunday evening and taught us peace, compassion, and try to heal my family's situation and prayer. So that's why I'm here to support him. And I think everybody need peace and compassion and forgiveness other person. What I learned, the religion, when you're happy, maybe you don't need that religion, but one day when you get sad and really bad happen like that, any religion can help you change your mind and just help you stand up and keep going. So for that part, I think this is just small situation. May you guys see Mephan Sheda's teacher like a ghost face today, but if you close your eye and just think a minute, and tomorrow may you see his peaceful person. So I hope you guys will really work together and shake hand, and hope you guys will support this Mephan Sheda, whatever he's doing, help people. You guys already, a lot of people already explained, so I'm not going to hold here. So thank you so much.
Jeannie Braun.
Wow, that was very difficult. I know that situation that happened in Boulder, and my minister was there. And what I came up to say today is completely on a different note. So I'll compose myself and let you know that I do not live in Westminster, but I was raised in Denver and I went to school in Fort Collins. So I do understand Colorado very well. I think it will help my neighbors of my church to know that we meet in Longmont. And during the break, I was asked, how many people come to Longmont now? I've been coming for almost 6 years. And I said, well, I would like to brag that we get 12. But the truth is it's more like 5 and 7. We meet in a rented place. We don't own that place. There's no business that is conducted in that place. The suggested donation, if you're coming in off of the street, is $10. That you are on the honor system to put in a basket. Nobody asks you, nobody checks your name, nobody sees whether or not you put your $10 in. The rent for one evening a week for 1 month is $175. My husband and I always make sure we put a $20 bill in because we need to make sure that our teacher will keep coming back and that the rent is paid by the people that attend on Monday night in Longmont. Thank you.
Reverend Boynton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members and all of you. My name is Tamara Boynton, and I work with the Interfaith Alliance of Colorado, and I'm also an ordained UCC minister, graduate of ILIF School of Theology. And Interfaith Alliance of Colorado is an organization that gathers people across religious difference to mobilize for social change, and we focus on three primary areas: economic justice, racial equity, and religious freedom, especially when it comes to instances of discrimination. And so I want to say that Interfaith Alliance is here tonight. I'm here tonight because we celebrate the great and beautiful diversity of religious experience in this country. We celebrate the presence of a Tibetan master in our midst. We celebrate the fact that there is an opportunity in this community and in all the surrounding communities of the Front Range and the whole state, really, to learn from a deep and long-standing religious practice that is grounded in compassion and mindfulness and meditation and care of all sentient beings. And I want to propose in this moment, which is something that you've already heard tonight, that that the presence of Lopan Rinpoche and Mifam Shabdra are actually, their presence in this neighborhood actually improves this neighborhood and improves Westminster. It makes it more unique and more diverse, more valuable, and definitely more meditative. And I think that matters. Like, I think that our country is in a place where the more that we spend time in compassion and mindfulness and care of each other, the more we can move our culture towards more health and wholeness. I do know that there is such a thing as a theology of place. And I think we all know that because we all have very special places in our lives where our souls feel grounded. I have every confidence that your homes are a part of that place. My home is a part of that place for me. And I hear tonight that that the Mifam Shedra is a place that has deep value and deep meaning. It's 5 acres. And there's a dozen people that come and really find meaning there, and I think that is an important part of this story. I also know that that change is scary, the unknown is scary, and that I'm not sure really what has gone on, but miscommunication maybe in this process is scary. And I know that it's very easy when we are scared to imagine the absolute worst scenario, and I also, I want to invite us to just take a moment after hearing, like, we've been sort of in a religious studies class tonight. Like, I think I want to invite, like, you to raise your hand if you learned something tonight about a tradition that you knew nothing about. I mean, has anybody learned anything tonight? I did. But I think it is really easy to imagine the worst scenario. That's kind of what we humans do, and it's not our fault. It's who we are, and it's how that works. And I want to just invite us to take maybe like 10 seconds here to imagine really the best scenario out of this place, the people, the stories that we've heard tonight, all of the there's a lot of voices that have not been heard, and I'm sad about that, actually. I wish that this process had been a little bit, been able to hear from everyone kind of all together, but I really do want to give us just a couple of moments to imagine what that vibrant, inclusive, diverse, remarkable, connected, whole community relationship might look like. And so I'll give you those 10 seconds as I return to my seat. But I really, from what I have heard tonight, and on behalf of the Interfaith Alliance of Colorado and the 400 plus people of faith all over our state who seek to gather people across religious difference in whole and healthy ways. I implore you to grant permission for this project tonight. Thank you.
Tenzin Jimmy.
Hello, everyone. So I've prepared a statement just to be on point and not digress. And as the earlier gentleman started off by referencing a previous comment, I just can't help but make a few comments about that. All of the previous proponents and supporters of Lopen Rinpoche have been kind, generous with their words, expressions, and when you have just belligerent audacity to say black is white, it just doesn't fly, you know. I don't know how one does that when someone has repeatedly come up here and said that this is a church, a non-profit organization. Essentially, if any more people are planning on using the term business, just keep in mind it is equivalent to me turning around to you and saying to your pastor or your church minister that you are running a business. How would one feel? That's all I need you to think about. Empathy is a very strong word. It's just simply putting yourself in someone else's shoe. So patience is definitely a virtue, but sometimes it gets mistaken for weakness. And I was there in the November meeting, and in the follow-up, after we were all dismayed at the decision, we regrouped, and the thought that I had was we were so ill-prepared. The artillery, you know, the bombardment of false accusation that went unanswered that night, essentially, I think, propelled to that decision. So I think today we did a pretty decent job of, at least point by point, bringing up some of these things that essentially are fundamentally false from the point that Mipam Shedra is currently in violation. They read a letter written by the staff, which is what they were operating under. You are running a business. No, it's not a business, it's a church. Yes, maybe the minister does get paid, but what minister doesn't get paid? You have to make a livelihood. You have to live, you have to buy groceries. So the critical zone thing, that's been addressed. Last time, none of these were addressed. So I think the commissioners that were present there, they worked with the information that was presented to them, and trust me, it was inadequate and false, to say the least. So my prepared speech here is essentially, thank you again for the opportunity. My name is Tenzin Jigme, and I'm a Westminster resident. My address is 11781 Tennyson Way. And just a quick backdrop on Tibetans in general. Tibetans, we are predominantly Buddhists, and we practice Buddhism in our daily life, as you might have known by now. And Mipam Shedra, essentially, 99% of the members are non-Tibetans. They are essentially people that are of different origins, essentially. And but Tibetans in general, we are a very small, tiny group here. And among the many minorities out here, I would say we have integrated really, really, really well with the American way of life, while at the same time vigorously trying to preserve our culture, tradition, and language. So, which you would expect, and those are the things that make America beautiful, essentially. You know, it wouldn't make any difference if you had all multiracial people that just spoke the same language, ate the same food, did the same thing. That's, I mean, just color diversity. So the real diversity, in a sense, like what we bring, what we have to offer as a community, as a bona fide citizen, working in every different fields. There's only about 400 to 500 Tibetans here, the smallest minority group in Colorado. But I'm proud to tell you that we are able-bodied people that are working in different sectors, contributing here. And so among the, essentially the many differences in the way of life between our ancestral home country, which is Tibet, and the adopted new country, United States, which we are proud of, the major difference that is relevant to today's topic is essentially a place to study and practice Buddhism. That's the biggest difference. That's the one difference that we have had a hard time coping with, because learning a language, learning how to celebrate 4th of July, learning few little knickknacks here and there, how an American lives their life, that's not hard. The hardest thing is not having someone to turn to when you have the darkest moment, as many of the people over here spoke to. The times of depression, the times where you need some help, the tragic events that happen in one's life. So some of these processions that happen with your Buddhist culture, we had no one. The Lopen Rinpoche, he's the only one that has a Buddhist meditation center and a teaching center that is led by a Tibetan. So unlike other religion, where you basically see a place of worship every block or two, they articulated that earlier, and but there's not a single Buddhist meditation center here in the local area. And aside from the teachings that Lopanla provided at the meditation center, he has really dedicated his whole life to helping all people that are in need. And I can vouch from my own personal experience that Lopanla has always come to the aid of our Tibetan American community. And we would all agree that one of the toughest moments in life is when you lose someone close to you. And Lopanla willingly helps any family that requests him to perform the Buddhist death rituals, whether it be day or night, as he said earlier. And which if it is possible in the West, we would have it done by a Buddhist teacher, and we're able to do so with his presence here. And the grieving families are relieved that the proper rituals are performed. And it's just one example, and there are many, but likewise, you heard from many non-Tibetans how him and his Sangha's presence has helped enrich their lives, come from the rock bottom, make something of their life, gain their self-esteem, be a bona fide citizen. And these are not fluff. These are real human beings that's life has changed because of him. And we are not just essentially reading some script here that was, written by an army of writers over here. These are personal statements of how life has been affected by his presence and his Sangha. So finally, I humbly request the Westminster City Council members to approve the PDB amendment and allow us to practice our religion. Thank you very much.
Matthew Bruno.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I just want to first off thank you for your respect for all of us, and I've just been really impressed that you haven't cut anyone off. We have a tendency to be verbose, as you can see, and you've just let us speak our piece, and that's very kind of you, and thank you for that. All of my points essentially have been beautifully expressed previously, so I'm not going to waste your time repeating any of that. I just would like to encourage you to, through the rest of tonight and tomorrow, to sort of guard your minds so that you will not be unduly swayed by any mischaracterization, misrepresentation, any speculation, and really just try to sift through that to get to the truth. I'm also encouraging you tonight to really rely on your city staff that has done remarkable work. The 10 criteria for the standards of approval per the city have been met, and I urge you to rely on that and to also let the ODP process play out after this PDP amendment is approved. Thank you very much.
Henry Clemens.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to start off by thanking everybody here and everybody from all sides who are showing up with so much passion. And also I'd like to say thank you to the Westminster Police Force for being of great support to us. As it has been briefly sort of mentioned, and there are police reports that point to the level of intensity with which our small and peaceful community have been approached, to the extent that, at points my wife and I had discussions about whether or not we felt comfortable with bringing our kids to our place of worship, particularly with respect to all of the incidents of violence that were happening around the country in places of worship. And I don't necessarily think that any of you people knew that that was the actual effect that you were having on us. Perhaps some did, but I don't think that everybody was doing that on purpose. But that is the effect. There are children living at that house, and the level of engagement was quite intense, was quite intimidating. And of course, we're very resilient and we're very stubborn. And so intimidation won't work. In fact, it only helped us. It helped us to apply what it is that we have been working so hard to learn. It's not out of the book. We genuinely, I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for most people, we genuinely harbor no ill will. And we genuinely want to become a part of your neighborhood. We want to know who the people are. I want to move with my family into that neighborhood. Now, I have, and I see on the shirts, it says things about keeping it rural. Now, I grew up in a cow town in Wisconsin of 2,000 people. I lived in a town of 700 people in northern Idaho. I've lived down in southern Colorado, an hour and a half from a town of 5,000 people. This is the most metropolitan area that I have ever been to, that I've ever lived in, and I love it. I'm very happy to be here, but can we please be honest? There's nothing rural about having a 5-acre lot in the midst of city. I think that it's quite clear to everybody with all of the zoning, all of the planning, all of the development that's happening, that regardless of what we once had here in Westminster or anywhere along the Front Range, it's slipping away. No matter what we try, we can't hold on to what is gone. And I recognize that a lot of you are a bit older and probably remember even 20 years ago when it was actually rural. And unfortunately, the only thing that is constant is change. And change has come to this area in force. And I'm sorry, I was a part of it. I apologize. But also, part of that change is a change in mindset. Changing how we interact with change itself. What good does it do to stand in the middle of a river and try to make it stop flowing? Sure, you can try to build dams, but without constant upkeep, without constantly fighting against that, it will always come. Change will always happen. And so I ask you, is it such a bad thing that a bunch of peaceful people want to come and help in your gardens? And if it is, then I'm sorry. We have never hidden the fact that we were pursuing this end. From the very onset, even when the property was first found, it was only purchased because of its existing zoning as a PUD, because it had the potential. Now, I'm a contractor. I'm a carpenter, all right? And I specialize in remodels, and I can tell you all, this was raised briefly earlier from personal experience and professional experience, that it is very, very common for churches and these types of structures to accommodate housing for the preacher or the whomever. It's a very, very common aspect of religious construction. Now, it's because of the way that our current society is moving, it's less and less frequent. But this was a specific requirement of the property that we were seeking, that our resident teacher could live there, because a temple needs a caretaker. This is part of the aspect of the culture, that the temple itself needs a caretaker. And so, this being not a business is a purely, ultimately, personal and selfish pursuit. But selfish not in a bad way. We all have to make the money and all of that type of stuff. A business is for personal benefit. A church enriches the community, the life of the community, the lives of not only the people who are directly involved, but also of all of the people who interact with those who have been changed by it. And why do we insist upon some traditional structure instead of just going out and continuing to rent a commercial space and then hanging things and setting statues and lighting candles? I mean, once again, as a builder, I can attest to the fact that people use architecture very, very specifically. They use it as a tool to elicit various experiences. And if we're going to say, oh yes, that type of architecture is okay, but this one that has a cultural kind of thing that we're unfamiliar with is not okay, simply because it's something that we're unfamiliar with, that truly makes, well, that is the part that falls into the discrimination aspect. And that's a very, very slippery slope. I want to also mention that I've been involved for almost 5 years now, 4 or 5 years with Lopen Rinpoche, and I think I've only paid my membership dues once. I've been refused the ability to, or I've been refused to pay for various retreats and things like that because I'm not a wealthy man. I don't pursue money. I'm a simple carpenter. You know, I'm not a great businessman, but I'm self-employed and I have been my entire life. And because of these things, I can say absolutely with complete certainty and clarity that he's not out to make a bunch of money. He never puts money or finances in between anybody's desire to be there. What kind of business could that be classified as? I don't think it can be classified as a business. And once again, I'd simply like to note that we truly, whether this passes or not, we're still his friends. We're still allowed to visit his house. We're still going to be coming through the neighborhood. I have a beat-up pickup truck. Y'all have been waving at me quite a bit because I I don't know. I fit in. So I just hope that no matter what, we can meet as friends. And if that's not a possibility, that's okay. From your side, from my side, it will be. So thank you all very much.
Sharon Tessier.
Dear Mayor Atchison, City Council members, police officers, staff, and everyone here, thank you for providing the opportunity to hear our concerns. My name is Sharon Tessier, and I serve on Broomfield City Council. So I know that you, Mayor Atchison, have worked with our former Mayor Aarons on quite a bit and built relationships, partnerships, and intergovernmental agreements that both Broomfield and Westminster share. I applaud all of you up here and share your experience with a very engaged and active community. It makes things more exciting, to say the least. And I will be at my council meeting tomorrow, and it's nice to see that other cities are passionately engaged. While I do not represent all of City Council, I do represent some of my friends who have asked me to come and speak tonight. It is with great humility that I come before you. Please understand my intention is to create a solution, debunk some of the myths, and create transparency. Please know that I've been on City Council for 6 years and understand how issues create passionate outcries and wildly distorted truths. For example, while looking through some of the statements, one individual who is opposed to this project accused Rinpoche of doing to them what the Chinese did to Tibet. This is not accurate. We took a moment of silence earlier tonight for a genocide that happened to the Jewish community. Throughout the 1950s and 60s, the Chinese invaded Tibet. By 1969, over 6,000 monasteries, the cultural centers of Tibetan life, had been destroyed. The Chinese authorities systematically exploited Tibet's natural resources, devastated Tibet's ancient forests and unique wildlife, mined minerals and precious herbs, and used the Tibetan plateau as a nuclear dump site. So no, Rinpoche is not doing to his neighbors what China did to Tibet. In fact, Rinpoche is doing just the opposite. He is building community through the teachings of compassion. He is helping individuals and groups find peace through the struggles of daily living. The harsh reality is that life brings suffering. Rinpoche's teachings help individuals learn how to ease that suffering. Many Tibetans fled to India, and for some reason, Rinpoche found Colorado, Westminster to be precise. He is a disciple of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who in stature can be likened to His Holiness Pope Francis. Similarly, the main teachings of Buddha can be likened to the teachings of Jesus. Both suggest that the path to enlightenment or heaven is through utilizing morality, wisdom, and contemplative prayer or meditation. Both proclaim to love thy neighbor and to live with compassion and empathy. And both highlight and forgive trespasses. Of the trespasses that have occurred to Rinpoche, police reports affirm that Rinpoche's neighbors in both front and back not only trespassed on Rinpoche's land, but also exceeded noise ordinance by putting a wood chipper on the property line of Rinpoche's backyard during a sacred ceremony. Rinpoche had invited one of the highest ranking monks for a ceremony, and during that ceremony, his neighbors kept feeding the wood chipper. This distracted and causes Rinpoche to leave his backyard to go to the front yard, where Rinpoche was met with more noise coming from the front neighbor. A motor was running that exceeded the noise ordinance. Rinpoche and his guests were forced to go inside, and this is in direct violation of the Westminster City Code 6-2-3, disturbing the peace, where it states that it shall be unlawful for any person to intentionally, knowingly, or willfully disturb the peace and quiet of another by unreasonable noise, indecent behavior, or offensive conduct. Disturbing the peace is a criminal offense punishable by a fine or imprisonment or both, as provided by Section 1-8-1 of the Westminster Municipal Code. While Rinpoche may never say this, I find it ironic that Rinpoche's family escaped religious persecution only to endure what I am calling religious persecution in NIMBY from his neighbors. I think it is important to note that the country was settled by those fleeing religious prosecution from England. Even though these things have happened to Rinpoche and his guests, he wants to focus on peace, to find ways to collaborate and address the concerns from the neighbors. Let's be better than this for ourselves and for our children. When I look to the U.S. Constitution, I'm reminded that there is no us and them here in this situation. There is only we the people. The Constitution was created to prevent the majority from ruling with an iron fist and to provide checks and balances. When people get stuck in binary thinking, they separate themselves and start othering their perceived opponent and create monsters out of their perceived enemies. It is a military tactic which is quite effective. But when we engage with compassion, nonviolent communication, understanding, and curiosity, we find ways to work together and overcome our differences and find the common ground and common threads that keep us united in being good neighbors. Under the motto of the Colorado Seal, the Latin phrase nil sine numen is inscripted. That phrase translates, not without providence, which is the protective care of God or nature as a spiritual power. And finally, to Westminster's guiding principle, which expresses a community vision of continued growth and further evolution into an active, diverse, and livable city. I believe that with thoughtful dialogue and continued collaboration, all parties could get their needs met and their concerns addressed. Myths can be busted and facts can be based of the decisions made. In closing, I do want to remind you that your Planning and Zoning Commission went against the city staff's recommendation, despite Rinpoche's and his team meeting with the city planners for the last 18 months in good faith. I am curious to know why that is. Did the members of the Planning and Zoning team feel pressure from the residents and vote against this prior to fact-checking? I ask this because I know they have an obligation to follow the facts and not be swayed or bullied by opposition and NIMBY. Lastly, Rinpoche is well within RLUIPA, the Religious Land Use and Institutional Persons Act, to bring this forth and work together. It seems to me that when we commune, we grow. We help each other think of things that alone we would not otherwise find. And synergy. I think that these two perceived sides can find the middle ground. And we look to you to find that middle ground. And I appreciate your time and your energy here. And please vote in favor of Mimpam Shedra's Buddhist Temple. Thank you.
Boone, yep.
Good morning, Mayor and Councilman. I'm going to keep it short because I think a lot of my points has been vocally spoken about. So what I just want to say is that what Mimpam Shedra teaches, it transcends race, culture, and is evident by the presence of the diverse congregation that you see here today. We come from all walks of life, of different race, ethnicity, and culture. This is not a church for a specific group or ethnicity. It's a resource of learning and growth for all with an open mind and the willingness to seek knowledge and ideas beyond our existing paradigm. Mimpam Shedra appeals to anyone who seeks inner peace and happiness, which we believe is a new universal desire that all human beings share. The teachings and practices promotes compassion and love, just like all other religious entities in this country. We could never have enough of these values in our society, and another organization like Mimpam Shedra to promote and cultivate these values is not really a bad thing. The assistance of Mimpam Shedra and the service it provides can only further enrich the community of this city. In short, I think the city is very lucky to have a resident teacher who is a master, expert in Tibetan Buddhism, who speaks fluent English, and who is willing to share his knowledge. A knowledge that is, before the fall of Tibet, was hidden way deep in the Himalayas. For me, I grew up in a Buddhist country. For the first 20 years of my life, and the last 20 years of life, I was in Colorado. Throughout my life, I've been searching for a teacher, guidance, in the Buddhist belief. And I can tell you that it's really rare and difficult to come across a master that is as capable as Lopang Rinpoche himself. You know, I met him 2 years ago, and after searching for so long, when I see him, I knew that he has the qualification, he has the skills, and the experience to really truly guide us all. And I yield my time. Thank you very much for listening.
Laura Stone.
Good morning. It's morning now. Yay. Hi. My name is Mara Mae Stone. I am 16 years old, and I am a junior at Broomfield High School, but I do live here as a resident in Westminster at 5125 West 109th Circle. So today I'm just going to tell you a little bit about my story, yes, but how Rinpoche and Mifam Shedra have extremely impacted my school life, my friends, and the teenagers around me. So I started to go to the Mifam Shedra Meditation Center when my anxiety was at a peak. I had tried cognitive behavioral therapy and medication, but the typical mainstream solutions to my mental illness just weren't working. So my dad, Joe Stone, found the Mifam Shedra website, and we went to a teen meditation. Since then, the teachings I have learned with Lopang Rinpoche and the safe and welcoming atmosphere created by its Sangha helped me in ways I could have never imagined. I was getting my mental health under control thanks to them. And then the worst thing that anyone could ever experience hit me like a brick. August 16th of 2018, I lost my best friend, Reagan Dooley, to suicide. She was only 16. Concerned for my well-being, my parents worked to set up a private meeting with Rinpoche. What I learned that day not only helped me process this tragedy and get through my grief, but it helped so many people around me. Another one of my best friends was going to attempt, as is what happens a lot after these kinds of suicides. There's a kind of ripple effect. But being able to show that friend a different way of thinking, of interpreting what happened and what it was doing to them, saved their life. By keeping this meditation center, Rinpoche and this Sangha will be able to touch souls and feed them a kind of nourishment that we lack in our Western way of life. Very recently, in Adams 12, a district that is a part of Westminster, 5 teens took their own lives. If only those lost souls, being eaten alive by their own unknowing, had known Rinpoche and his teachings and this community, if they had met him just once, I believe that they would still be here today. We are capable of helping these lost souls, these people searching for their happiness, their nirvana, by making them feel loved and at peace. I wish on no one to never have to experience what I have been through, but I believe that any struggle can be helped, and this Sangha has the means, motive, and opportunity to do so. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take another short pause.
I'll
Okay, folks. We are of a consensus that we have reached a point of saturation. And I hope you have too. We are going to take a recess. At this point, we will pick up with Cliff Clusen. Will be our first one up tomorrow, starting at 6:30. Please, please go home safely. It is late. I know you're tired. I know we are. And I appreciate the kindness and the civility you have shown tonight. Please, let's keep it the same way tomorrow night. God bless you all. We are in recess.